Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Met the Arbiter of Humanity? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. What is humanity? A question that always plagued her mind. Not often enough to make her reconsider the teachings imposed on her while performing her duties, but it is an object of curiosity that never fails to surface. It was good to always ask questions before one makes their conclusion, especially so when it came to judges like her. Arbiters whose sole purpose is to deliver their judgment upon the subjects of the city. The fate of even the wings are left at their mercy, and if they seek to violate the ecosystem they have painstakingly held, an arbiter shall arrive at their doorstep for the first and last time. Such was the significance of the arbiters. But she wasn't interested in the atrocities of the city, the nightmares unfolding every day and night, the sins building up in every resident of the city, the violations of taboos. No, she was interested in one thing. What is humanity? Athena, is there something that occupies your mind? She turned to a woman of shorter stature than her, adorned in the fur-collared robes that held the same color scheme as every arbiter. Black and gold. On her fingers were 10 rings, just as any arbiter wore on their fingers. There is always something that occupies my mind, Xena. Athena smirked lightly. There is not a time where our mind can be still, not even in the comforts of slumber and sleep. And what plagues your mind, dear Athena? Xena inquired, walking to the glass wall on one of the top floors of the tower they were in, looking down on the rest of the nest from above. What ails your thoughts so much? Is that not an exaggeration? I believe I have kept my musing in moderation. Athena shot back, twisting her sight of the city below them. Buildings stood up, unassuming, yet there were no doubt so many things happening beyond their eyes, sight that beholders surpass many times over. You have, but it is much noticeable. Even among other arbiters, you have distanced yourself from all of us. We all stand here at the top, overseeing the city we have cultivated so much, yet even here, you are alone. Xena crossed her arms. Many of us are curious as to what you do, what runs in your mind. What are you thinking? Something that has and still is prodding our minds for so long. Athena closed her eyes, shielding her golden orbs from the rest of her world. What is humanity? Pardon? The smile on Xena's face curled down in surprise, barely catching the words of her fellow arbiter. It has always ailed me, a question that tortured my soul endlessly. What is humanity? Is there a different standard that can draw the identity of humanity, or is the head's definition truly absolute? Athena confessed, I have set aside, for the purpose of maintaining the ecology of the city. As any arbiter should, I have discarded it many times to fulfill my duties. But never once has it failed to resurface, no matter how many times I throw it away, and now I can't help but think, what is humanity? What defines humanity? What makes the head's standard and criteria of humanity absolute, if it is so? Silence permeated around them for a small bit, neither speaking and stewing in the tense lack of noise. Until Xena's words cut through it like a knife slicing butter. You have served the head as an arbiter for decades more than I have. For how long have you been entertaining such curiosities? I have lost count, but I believe it has been wandering my mind for, as I shall repeat, decades. Athena said, the head's definition of humanity is absolute. Has it not been obvious? Xena gestured to the buildings below, toward something unseen by the normal ocular vision. From those who skulk to the depths of the pits of the city, to those who sit in the comforts of their riches and power. They all play their part in the city's ecology. They suffer and inflict suffering, in accordance with their emotions. They lash out in vengeance and wrath. They weep in grief and sorrow. They bask in joy and happiness. They take, steal, and hoard in greed and gluttony. They elevate themselves from the bottom in desperation. She smiled, putting a hand on the glass. Each, they play a role befitting of a human in the city. What is the role of a human? What does it mean to be a human? Many things, from what you can observe. Everyone is a different person, everyone is positioned differently in the totem pole, everyone takes on different masks, adorned in various professions, hold distinct kinds of weapons, possess many differing valuables in materials and loved ones, forming their own identities and place, yet they can all still be collectively called humanity. Your verbosity makes me feel like I am being treated as a child, Xena. I have understood the head's definition of humanity so long ago. But I am curious, if it is not the absolute definition, then what is? Athena voiced out. Strip away the head's philosophy, remove it from the equation, and how would humanity be defined? For while the head's ideology of humanity is absolute in the city, is it absolute in reality? The head does have a basis for its idea of humanity being solid and firm. Xena smirked while narrowing her eyes down. And what better than the ecosystem of the city itself? Of which we have cultivated and manipulated in accordance to our own views. But no less truer than reality itself, for what humans have done and felt in the city is a demonstration of what humanity is capable of. A chuckle left Athena's throat not long after. It seems you have me at an impasse, she said. Still, logical as it is, emotion is another side of the spectrum. It is rarely rational, and this line of thought is no exception. She closed her eyes. I do wish to pursue that path of discovery. Alas, it is but a dream, an abstract delusion I cannot visit for as long as I remain awake as an arbiter of the head. Her duty as an arbiter outweighed her curiosity. It may be torturing her mind, but Athena was not one to let it hinder her in any way, shape, or form. She locked it away. Should it persist before opening it once more when the circumstance permit to avoid letting it pile behind the lock? Unraveling the answer was a dream she would never fall into, for she was always conscious as an arbiter. That was a fact she had decided to live with. An inquiry that would always haunt her, eternally remaining unanswered, even with the singularities imbued within her. When she opened her eyes, she registered the sudden wind breezing against her face, threatening to cause goosebumps on her skin and shivers down her spine, were she not able to force them down. For the first time in a long time, Athena was confused. She didn't stand within the interiors of the building, behind the glass that surveyed A Corp below, but a decrepit alleyway. The ground that graced her feet was a gray pavement, the same color adorning the concrete walls of the building around her. Did Junior teleport me while I wasn't paying attention? Athena put a hand on her chin in thought, scratching it with a finger. No, I would have noticed the moment she tried. Neither does she have a motive to teleport me somewhere in the city, from what I've noticed. The claw or the eye can't teleport me without me noticing either, leaving the head as my only suspect. She heard a whoosh near her, prompting her to turn to the exit to an alleyway where vehicles drove through. Athena stared for a moment before walking out of it, thinking for the cause of the phenomena she was suffering. But I can't discern a motive for the head to send me here, neither do I have the evidence to make a logical deduction for their involvement. She thought. What is the reason for my transportation here, I wonder? Once she made it to the sidewalks, her eyes drifted up to the night sky. A small smile crept up to her face upon noticing the stars glimmering above. A view she had come to observe in her free time, where the celestial bodies shone their radiant light, had suddenly changed. Constellations she was familiar with were replaced with unknown arrangements of stars, none of which she recognized. She didn't know where she was, but she was definitely not in the city. Athena walked among the sidewalks of the street. Her attire had certainly stuck out among the dull outfits of the civilians, yet none of them had visibly expressed their attention to her. She returned the treatment, eyeing none of them and intending to find a library. Her eyes curiously drifted over billboards, scanning their advertising content before storing it away in her mind to later be pondered over. The products being displayed were often shown with some other colorful figure that had a cheesy line accompanying it. It was amusing, rather than tugging her interest. She could surmise they were the fixers of her current location. Though ignorant she may be to this place's culture, there was already a similarity to an aspect of the city. Fixers, though holding many different roles and partaking in many different tasks, do have their own eccentric folks that earn their spot in the limelight and shine in the products of certain companies. Siegfried came to mind, K-Corp's star and a powerful fixer with a heavy emphasis on heroism and spectacle. It was hard to not know about him, when he was such a big figure, often appearing as another piece of merchandise affiliated with the corporation. Then there was the language. It was different from the city's widely used language for universal communication, but it was still among the other languages spoken in the city at certain areas. Any person would have been confused, but as an arbiter of the head, being educated on all corners of the city was a must, and that included what language is mostly used in certain parts of it. In her musing, she stumbled upon a library. She could only frown upon stopping it on its front doors. Unfortunately, at this time of night, the establishment was closed. The interiors beyond the glassy windows were dark, bereft of light that would shine from within. The doors were locked, barring entry from all but intruders. How inconvenient! It seems she would have to search other means of obtaining information. Her ears picked up the ruffling sounds of flesh being pummeled and the resounding toppling of a garbage can ringing against her ears. She turned to a nearby alleyway to her right, where the sound came from. It came from between the building next to the library and the other building following it. She thought for a short moment before approaching the alleyway. I suppose some rats could make for a good start on extracting the needed information. Drop all of your money. She heard the words of a mugger, she assumed. I'm sorry, sir. A teenager, judging from the pitch of the voice, shouted. But I don't have any money on me. Bullshit. Explain the groceries then, you punk. The lights from the nearby post projected her shadow deep into the darkness of the alleyway. Gentlemen, do we have a problem here? She hoped her accent and language was right. She rarely uses it, outside of making fun of fledgling arbiters still within their training. The man. And the child turned to her. She tilted her head to the side, narrowing her eyes while keeping her smug smirk. A part of her was curious at the mugger, holding the kid against the wall, a reptilian creature standing on its hind legs with a very long jaw, sporting glistening teeth. Its claws were sharp, extended from the folds of its fingers. Adorning its body was a pair of jeans and a white shirt with missing sleeves, evident by the torn edges around the clothing surrounding his shoulder. Well, aren't you a curious sight to behold? She couldn't tell if this man was some sort of distortion or holds a form of mutation not unlike the boluses of H-Corp, gifted to the Haishopax. The details would be unnecessary to her. They would be answered soon enough. What the hell are you, a hero? The man snarled. Mind your own DMN business. I don't want to get into a fight. Athena straightened her head. Unfortunately, my business may require me to trouble you a bit. If I may ask Dash, when she saw him throw a slash of his claws at her, time slowed to a crawl. As she stared at the talons approaching her face slowly, she put a hand on her chin. Did she say something to warrant an attack? She reviewed her words bit by bit, dissecting it and trying to analyze it from the view of their receiver, attempting to recognize why the feedback given to her was an attack. She had said that her business would require her to trouble the man. Considering his defensive nature and preparedness for a fight, it almost seemed as if she was obligated to take him down. She couldn't fault him for throwing the first punch, if that was the message decoded from her words. Athena's hand struck before the hand could get close to her face, parrying the slash aside. The reptilian creature grunted in pain while staggering back into the alleyway, stumbling past the stunned teenager. While he was recovering, she dashed forward and drove a boot into his abdomen. He spat out saliva in reflex, soaking the watery fluid of his mouth across the pants beneath her robes. Her mouth curled down into a small frown as she felt the thick viscous liquid staining the fabric, but it wasn't the worst to dirty her garments with. I apologize if my words. She jumped as he spun around in an attempt to sweep his tail against her footing. Inspired, as gravity lowered her descent enough, her foot flew and slammed against his chin, jerking his head back. Grave misunderstanding. He howled in agony while stepping away from her. I simply meant to convey that I am in need of information regarding my whereabouts. I'll give you information, the reptilian man grunted out while rubbing his chin. On how did he die? He surged forward while moving his claws to her. The sharp tip of the talons glinted in the darkness, cutting through the path of intangible air towards her, until the sound of chains rattling resounded in the vicinity. The charge of pointy blades embedded within its fingers were halted, as the rest of the man's body was wrapped around in blackish chains radiating faint golden from across his body. What the? The creature babbled in shock at the sudden appearance of his restraints. I suppose I'll have to settle for finding another source of information. Athena raised her hand, forming a golden ball of energy that started to glisten. Rays of its lights shone against the surface of the ground and the walls around the dark alleyway, staving away the darkness with its presence. You may begin babbling your last words to ever be spoken from your mouth. As G-Corp's singularity charged within her, the man started to shout. Wait, please don't kill me. He wrestled and fidgeted in his chains, flexing his powerful body. He attempted to slice through them with his claws, talons that could slash through concrete rendered useless against the chains. Tears shed from his eyes as they streaked through the scales of his skin. I have a family. I'm doing this so they can live with foods in their stomach. They need me. Athena raised the ball above her head. Please don't kill me. Wait. The teenager jumped from behind her and hugged her arm as tight as he could. Don't kill him. She hummed. You haven't forgotten that he tried to rob you, have you? I know that. The boy shouted. But I can't let you kill him. The energy kept screaming as it was charging up, begging to be released. He noticed how it was getting louder and louder, as a signal of its threatening blast that would evaporate the poor man before them. If you let him go, I'll give you the information you need. The light receded from the alleyway, allowing the darkness to return to reclaim the territories it briefly lost from the formerly present light. The reptilian man sniffed and wept while Athena's head slowly turned to the boy hanging from her arm. Really? Weiss? I promise. He shrieked out, sensing a possible opportunity to stop a death from happening before his eyes. I'll tell you what you need, and if I don't have it, I'll see where you can get the information. The sound of metal snapping reverberated through the alleyway. The forms of the chains shattered and dissipated into nothing, leaving not a trace of their existence behind. The man once held by them collapsed to his knees, wheezing as he realized that he was not truly meeting his demise at the hands of the woman before him. Thank this child you've been given the opportunity to live another day. Athena's smile wiped itself off her face, replaced by a stoic expression. You are dismissed. Thank you. Thank you, kid. The man fled away from them, running deeper into the alleyway. I didn't think that would actually work. The boy murmured under his breath in disbelief, watching his once mugger rushing out, still breathing. You seem to hold some fixation to my arm, seeing as you are still hanging on it. He yelped upon registering Athena's words, quickly letting go. His feet landed with a thud, while slightly looking up from the Arbiter that loomed over him, though she didn't tower him with the few inches of difference in their height. And I believe you have a debt to pay for his life. Information? Right. He chuckled nervously, hoping that he actually had the means to pay such a debt. What do you need to know? So, what do you need to know, Izuku was pretty nervous, now that having to do his part of the deal with this woman that almost killed the man. She sat on the floor of the rooftop. It still made him queasy to know that she had enough physical strength to cover an entire building and get to the rooftop in one jump, but there were heroes that could do that. However, he knew their quirks. The same could not be said for her. I need to know where I am. The woman said. For reasons I would like to not disclose, I have been whisked away from my home and landed in this fine society you stand on. What I would like to know first is where am I? A bit of a confusion sprung up in his mind, but being torn away from home made his heart heavy. He wondered just what she was feeling being far from home. Why, you're in Mizudafu City, Japan, ma'am. Japan. She hummed. I see, I really am far from home. She leaned her body back, looking at the stars. Well, not that it matters. I won't be able to come back home anyways. Why is that, if I may ask? Izuku wondered. Now that she knew where she was, why wouldn't she be able to go back home? There were cases, though rare, where someone was transported due to a warp quirk transporting them away. Insurances were made to ensure that the person got home in a fine and safe manner, while compensating them for the unfortunate event they faced. I would not like to disclose. Athena said. It is. Personal. Personal? He opened his mouth to ask, but he closed it. He didn't want to intrude on a stranger as much as he wished to help. She didn't want to say what happened to her home, so he would leave it be until she tells him. He wasn't a stalker, like what most of his classmates suggested. I'm sorry if I reminded you of any bad memories. Izuku said sympathetically, his hands twitching and his mouth twitching into a sad frown. But do you have any place to stay? No, I do not. Athena closed her eyes and shook her head, looking down. Why do you ask? Well, you can stay with us. Izuku offered, as much as his rational mind screamed at him not to. He couldn't help it, however. His heart begged for him to take her in, to give her shelter and rest from what she was currently suffering. I'm sure my mom will allow it. Truly? She opened her eyes and looked up at him in surprise. I do not wish to intrude. No, it's fine. Izuku reassured her. And besides, you saved me. So. She stood up, closing her eyes and bowed down. Then, if you will have me, I am grateful for your generosity. His heart warmed up. Athena knew that the boy leading her was a bleeding heart. Scarce and rare in the city, she had seen enough to recognize it. They were often broken by the cruel nature of the city, their kindness and generosity grinded into pieces by its ecology. She was curious, however, if his own kind aspects that made up his person would persist. She didn't know enough to determine if Japan was a society painted in the same paint and brush as the city, but only time would tell, and it would show her the kind of person Midoriya Izuku would become. He knocked on the door and waited after the third knock. Athena heard the rapid rush of footsteps converging on the door, followed by the panicked clicking consisting of the door being unlocked. Finally, with an audible creak, the mother pulled the door open. Her hair was green, tied in a ponytail with strands long enough to reach her shoulder. She was smaller than her son, and chubbier. Judging by her attire, she had only recently come home since her outfit was a uniform. Izuku. The mother stuttered out, approaching her son fast while talking fast. I was so worried. After I got home, I kept calling you and you wouldn't answer. I thought something happened to you and was about to call the police. Mom. Izuku nervously scratched the back of his neck with a strained smile. Something did happen to me. I almost got robbed, Mom. You did. She shrieked out in worry. Are you fine? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I was saved by someone. He stepped to the side to put attention to Athena, who was watching the interaction. This is Athena. She saved me from a robbery. Why you saved my son? The mother sniffed out. Athena nodded. I came across your son in trouble and took care of the robber, ma'am. She would have, permanently, but she got what she wanted, so she wasn't hung up on letting one of her victims go. He was safe the rest of the way we got here. Thank you. She winced when the mother expressed her gratitude, grabbing her hand and shaking it. She looked at the boy with bafflement, who only returned a sheepish look on him. Thank you so much for saving my baby boy. It's fine, ma'am. Athena murmured under breath, though she was sure the mother drowned her voice out with her gratitude towards the Arbiter. After getting her to calm down and entering the house, Midoriya Inko the mother was sitting opposite to her with Midoriya Izuku on her side. She had listened to the Arbiter's current situation. I'm so sorry to hear that, miss. Inko sympathetically said, something Athena was trying to get used to. Of course, I wouldn't mint to taking you in until you can support yourself. You can stay. Were the people of this world this kind, or were they an exception? She was starting to be a bit suspicious of the kindness extended to her, but she shoved it aside. Her modified eyes didn't pick up anything that looked malicious, such as organ harvesting or kidnapped rats in their home. She'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Then, if you are comfortable with my presence, she bowed in her seat, though not enough to get closer to the table. I will be in your care. Smoke rose from the ruins of concrete, Fire ran rampant through the debris of fallen buildings and shattered vehicles. People numbering in the dozens could only stare in wonder and awe, as the man that saved them laughed in the face of the overwhelming tragedy. He rose from the top of the bus that was tilted sidewards, his stomps unleashing reverberating echoes of each impact, yet not a single one of those steps could match the endearing laughter emanating from him. He's laughing. The man was carrying the bodies of breathing people. His body was large enough to support them, sculpted perfectly to form a vessel of steel with hands that could change the very weather and a body that can carry the weight of many lives on his shoulders. On his face was a smile, light sheening from his glistening teeth, a shining radiance in the darkness of the bleak tragedy. Have no fear. His voice was laden with the same might as his body, commanding, powerful, yet calming, eliciting a feeling of hope and safety. Because for as long as he stood, because I am here, he will protect them with all his might. Athena paused after watching the video on the laptop in a more casual attire, of simple black shirt and black pants, out of her cape and robe, which were stored elsewhere. She was hunched over, leaning forward to assess the debut of the symbol of peace, as Midoriya excitedly proclaimed. Speaking of, the boy himself was buzzing beside her, muttering fast in a barely coherent manner that she didn't bother to list down what he was saying. I'm surprised you don't know All Might. Midoriya chuckled, recovering from his excited outburst. He's known in all corners of Japan. I have seen him sometimes. She saw him in some billboards, but she didn't expect him to be a widely known individual. But I was never interested in heroes, so I didn't explore much of the industry. I didn't know that. Midoriya said in surprise. Everyone I know are really interested in heroes. And you're sitting next to a prime example of it. Mrs. Midoriya called out from the kitchen, prompting an embarrassed yelp from her son. He is a big hero fan, Athena-san. Mom! He shouted, fidgeting in his seat. That's true. He chuckled nervously, turning to Athena while scratching the back of his head. If you want to know more about heroes, I can help you with it. I'll keep that in mind. Athena nodded, deciding to move the mouse on the table. She clicked on the search bar and hovered her fingers above the keys. I'm not usually interested in heroes, but it wouldn't hurt to indulge a bit of curiosity in them. That was a white lie. She was never interested in heroes, not even fixers regarded as one, and those written in literature caught her attention, but she wouldn't mind exploring more about these individuals to get a gauge on what she may have to deal with. Do you have any recommendations, other than All Might? Oh, there's Sir Nightai, he said in a heartbeat. He was All Might's sidekick until they separated. But he's still a great hero. The words rapidly and pressed enter after. The results loaded in, showing a green-haired man in a suit. That's him. Midoriya started muttering once more, even as she played a random video. She listened to his words this time, while watching a compilation of Sir Nightai's on-screen heroic feats. While All Might did most of the combat, Sir Nightai handled investigation behind the scenes while they were still collaborating because of their quirks. Even though All Might's quirk is unknown, it's clear it gives him insane physical strength while Sir Nightai's quirk is more abstract. What little details tells us about his quirk is that he can see the future of a target, but he's virtually quirkless otherwise. Still, he can fight villains and win even though he doesn't have a quirk that makes him physically strong. As Midoriya ended his muttering, they watched the video in silence. Athena quickly picked up a heavy atmosphere permeating the living room. Her eyes slowly dragged its sight over to Midoriya beside her, sensing the melancholy radiating from him. He tried to hide it with a smile, but for someone like her, she could deduce the emotion behind the facade. Is there something wrong? She prodded curiously. She wondered what could be the source of this emotion, the reason he was feeling a sense of sorrow. It's just, do you think I can be a hero? From the corner of her eye, she could see Mrs. Midoriya on the edge of her vision walking somewhere, freezing in her tracks. She noted how she slowly turned around, analyzing how she was going to talk to her son. She'd have to be careful with her words, it seems. I don't see why not. Athena tilted her head to the side. Is there something hindering you from becoming a hero? It's just. Midoriya put his hands together and started to intertwine his fingers nervously. Yeah. I haven't told you about this, but… Izuku. Mrs. Midoriya mumbled softly. No, she has to know, Mom. Midoriya said, turning to look at her in the eyes. I'm Quirkless. So that's why he asked her and why he believed there was something getting in the way of being a hero. While they both slept, she used the time to research more about the world she found herself in. Quirkless was something she had identified as a stigma in Japan, a person without a quirk similar to a person without augmentations. They had no abilities, no unique traits, no unique powers. Just the baseline physical and mental capabilities of a human. She hummed. A quirkless hero. She didn't believe she had ever seen one before, and the prospect was more interesting than any hero she had seen. Despite being only a baseline human, she wondered what accomplishments a quirkless hero could achieve, and more importantly, how much the hero could affect society just by their presence. Certainly, you are at a disadvantage. The moment her words started, Midoriya quickly focused all his attention on her. But your question is whether you can be a hero, not if it would be difficult to achieve such a role. It is not impossible for a quirkless such as yourself to carve your place in the hero industry, but you will accomplish nothing if you do not let such a dream be realized into reality. She looked on the video, seeing Sir Night-Eye toss 3 stamps against a villain and knocking them out. In the end, a dream is a dream. It will remain in your slumber and in your head if you do not take steps to make it true. Rather than remain in slumber dreaming a hero where you stand, start taking the path itself so that you can eventually find yourself walking as a hero. But I don't know how I can do that. Midoriya lowered his gaze to his lap. I don't even have a decent quirk. Instead of worrying about what you don't have, think of what you can do to be a hero and what you can do to compensate for your lack of quirk. Athena said, you can be a hero, but the journey will not be easy. You will start further than everyone else, simply because everyone holds a gift that has put them ahead of others. And most importantly, but you shouldn't be worried that you will never catch up to them, you should worry about closing the distance between you and everyone else. She smiled. If you wish, I can help you in your endeavors. Any other resident of the city, and they would have demanded a form of compensation that came with the price of being trained by them. Athena wouldn't delude herself into thinking she was different if she were in any other profession. But as an arbiter of the head, she didn't need any compensation. It didn't mean she didn't have her own wants. Until the head finds her, the payment Midoriya Izuku would unknowingly give to her was entertainment, akin to a clown in a circus. She wanted to see the struggles of a quirkless boy clawing his way to becoming a hero, attempting to carve his place in the world. She wanted to see if he would succeed or fall like many had. And if he succeeded, he wanted to see the world's reaction. He wanted to savor the impact the first quirkless hero would unleash upon society. Unknowing to the ulterior motives hidden behind the facade, Midoriya looked up at her, blinking in disbelief. Really? Of course. She nodded, closing her eyes. Give me time to prepare a plan and I'll teach you. Opening her eyes, she crossed her arms. But remember, child. Though I am teaching you and giving you the tools, it is up to you to walk your own path and fully realize your dream into reality. For a small moment, there was only silence until it was broken by Midoriya's sniffing. Tears streaked down his cheek, and that was all it took for the floodgates to burst out. Thank you. He tried to wipe away his tears with his hands. She blinked in surprise, having not expected this reaction. The best Athena could think of was to rub his back while he was shedding his tears, letting go a portion of the baggage he carried. Athena washed the dishes while the lights were out. Darkness settled in every corners of the apartment barring the dining room. While she wasn't obligated, the Arbiter didn't want to stay still and freeload in the apartment. She needed something to keep her busy, and mundane chores had a way of relaxing her, soothing her that combat failed to accomplish. Athena-san. She placed the washed plate aside and cleaned her hands off any soap, turning the faucet off and shifting her gaze to Mrs. Midoriya, standing outside of the dark corridor and walking over to her. Do you really mean what you said to my son? Of course. Athena answered confidently. But am always certain in my answers. The future may prove me right or wrong, but I am sincere in the words I speak. Except for when she isn't, went unsaid. Even as an arbiter, lying is a sin not even she could escape. Nevertheless, she often speaks the truth. As a judge, lies taint her judgment, and as an arbiter, rarely did she ever need to lie, for the power she holds has allowed her to maintain the environment of the city, among other arbiters. He can become a hero. Whether he will, is another question to be determined. She looked down on the sink to see all the dishes had been washed. Now all that's needed is to figure out a plan to foster the boy's growth. What do you mean, whether he will? Mrs. Midoriya asked. He can become a hero speaks of the fact it is a possibility. Provided the conditions are right and the steps taken are sufficient, he can become a hero. But the future is uncertain, and due to many factors, he could fail his goal. She closed her eyes. Of course, that goes the same for anything else he aims to do. He can do them, but the future isn't foretold upon us. The only way we will determine his place as a hero or as something else can only be seen by moving forward and watching reality play out. Athena opened her eyes to see Mrs. Midoriya nod, looking down on her hands before balling them. Is there anything I can do to help? Do as you've always done. Athena said. Shelter him, feed him, support him. That is enough. Though there are specific meals he needs to eat, so I believe you'll be a great help on that front. She can cook herself, but she didn't know what ingredients were available and what food was regularly made. The food could be different from the city, but she didn't want to make the mistake of thinking they could be the same. That you're right. Mrs. Midoriya smiled, loosening her hands freely. I just hope he'll be safe. I cannot promise that. She looked at Athena in distraught, as the arbiter continued. The business of heroism is a dangerous venture, and I will not delude you with illusions of safety. Once he is out there as a hero, his safety will always be in question. Such is the nature of those who risk their lives to protect others. That is it right that I don't support his dream? Mrs. Midoriya murmured. That I don't want him to become a hero, because he's going to be in so much danger? Athena had no words for that. Whether it was right or wrong can be argued in many angles, but I cannot say if it is right, but you will have to accept that your fledgling will have to leave the shelter you bring. She said, garnering her attention. You know that he will leave the roof you bring over his head. He will chase the dream he envisioned, taking the path he wanted. Stepping in his way will either stunt his growth. She stared at the mother with half-lidded eyes. Or turn you into an obstacle to overcome. She winced, but Athena continued. I cannot tell you what is the best course of path to choose. I cannot dictate the choices you pick. The best I can do for you is advise, bring a new perspective to see things in a different angle. In the end, it is all up to you. There was a few moments of silence they basked in. Thoughts ran through their heads as they stood in the quiet atmosphere, until it was broken by Midoriya Inko. I'll give it a try. A chance. She said. And I'll decide what to do. Until then, I'll do my best to support him. She smiled at him. Thank you for believing in my boy's dream. Even if I couldn't. Midoriya's voice strained from the effort he was exerting. Athena, dressed in her arbiter uniform, stared unimpressed at how much trouble he was pushing up. Tilting her head to the side, she knew the boy had a fragile build, but had he not did at least basic exercises? 27. He shouted out before collapsing on the concrete path. The railings beyond to side showed a beach where its sand was overshadowed by the immense pile of trash and garbage. She could hear his strained breaths as she approached him, kneeling down. Grabbing the back of his collar, she pushed him up to seat like a doll. I see I've underestimated how unathletic you are. That was an understatement. He wasn't even at the level of a rat or a grade 9. Even a child with the lowest quality of augments would put him in his place. No matter, they had plenty of time. Not as much as she would like, but enough in her books. Yeah, sorry about that. Midoriya mumbled while rubbing his arms. Most of what I've done for the UA entrance exams is building up analysis. An important skill to hone, but physicality isn't one to be neglected. Athena smiled. You'll be going to school tomorrow, am I correct? Use it as you should and hone your mind in the institution or when time permits. For now, we will focus on building your body for the first few months. First few months? Midoriya blinked before realizing. Oh right, you're going to be teaching me combat and how to handle weapons later on, right? Correct, but for now, we'll be building your body up in preparation for those lessons. They haven't established what weapon Midoriya would like to wield, but Athena was sure bladed weapons were out of the picture. I'll give you a small break before we continue with the next exercise. She flicked his forehead, making him flinch back with a yelp. Why did you do that? Midoriya shouted out. Merely a small punishment in advance. Athena said mirthfully. Do not overwork yourself, I can see it in your eyes that you plan to exercise in the break I've given you. Rest is a point of recuperation that is needed. An engine must rest and cool down before it overheats itself. A sword must be polished and sharpened before it returns to the field of battle. The fibers of your muscles must repair itself and become stronger before you work out again. She stood up. The body must be given time to rest and strengthen itself, to adapt to the harsh conditions it has found itself in. But how can I be strong enough to be a hero? Midoriya stuttered out. I have to give it my all. Part of it comes from your own fault. He winced when she started. If we had a foundation to work on, we could polish your capabilities to be as best as they can possibly be. Alas, it seems you have not honed your body until I came along. She leaned forward, looming over him with a mocking smile. We cannot make you strong enough to be a hero because it is your fault you haven't tended to your body. Thus, we have to settle on making you strong enough to start a foundation with enough quality to pass as a hero student. She put a hand on her chin. It is akin to cramming weeks of material in a single night before an exam. Unfortunately, unlike studying, conditioning your body at an appropriate level takes much longer. Competing with other hero students would be much more difficult. Really? He looked down at his body shamefully, feeling the burning agony of the muscles on his arms. I didn't know it was that bad. You will be competing with others who have had their quirks since they were but little birds, aware of the drawbacks and strengths of the wings gifted upon their bodies. Not only are you at a disadvantage with your lack of quirk, little hatchling, but you are at a further disadvantage with the neglect you've brought upon your body. Athena lowered her hand to her side and straightened herself. Your dedication to heroism, your drive to help others, is impressive. But just as power without ideals is hollow, ideals without power is delusion, nothing more than an unrealized dream with the absence of power to drive it to reality. She smiled. So be ready, child. I will ensure your body is not only built for battle, but your mind shall be shaped with combat imprinted upon it. Midoriya gulped. Bring it on. Do you have your things ready? Yes, Mom. Athena watched in amusement as Mrs. Midoriya worried over his own son, as if he was being sent to a war zone rather than a simple institution built for education and learning. Logically, she understood why, but inwardly, she couldn't help herself from finding some level of entertainment. Athena-san. The call of her name got her attention. She focused her sight on Mrs. Midoriya, listening for whatever she may say. The woman was staring at her, speaking softly. Can you accompany Izuku to the school? What? The aforementioned boy sputtered out. Mom, I'll be fine on my own. I know that, but it wouldn't hurt to be safe. She worriedly said. You know what happened when you first met Athena-san. You had to be saved by her. But he stuttered out, trying to make an argument. It won't happen again. How sure are you? Mrs. Midoriya glared at him. His response was to open his mouth and raise a finger, before lowering it and closing his maw upon realizing he wasn't sure. That's what I thought. Athena chuckled, bringing the two Midoriya's attention to her. I won't mind. I can accompany your son to school. Mrs. Midoriya clapped her hands and bowed. Thank you so much. She wondered how long it would take before she could get used to these expressions of genuine gratitude. You didn't have to accompany me, you know. Midoriya broke the long silence as they walked together. Athena hummed, raising her chin up while smiling. No, I did not. But it did give me a convenient excuse to go out without having to ask. Really? Midoriya murmured. Where are you going to go? Nothing specific, I would simply do a bit of exploring. That was true, but Athena planned for more than just exploring. Oh, then, there are some spots I can recommend you visit. Midoriya declared. As much as I would appreciate such a gesture, I would like to do the exploring myself. Athena cut him off before he could continue. It is gratifying to discover things yourself, you understand, right? You do the same to quirks. He stuttered. Why? I do quirk analysis. He mumbled fast, not noticing Athena's eyes briefly aim their sight forward. It always fascinates me on how many quirks there are and how they work. For example, did you know my friend can make explosions, but he does so because his hands sweat nitroglycerin that can ignite? The implications of... She pulled his collar and he yelped when she walked past a light post while carrying him with one hand, fortunately stopping him from bumping into it. She put him down, making him turn to it in surprise. He could have hurt himself. That is another lesson we would have to impose, it seems. Athena smiled mirthfully. To be aware of your surroundings. I'm sorry. Midoriya coughed, turning away from her smile with his face bright red in embarrassment. Don't be. We can track back to our earlier conversation, if you wish. Athena said, walking forward. Midoriya followed her, going ahead once he realized he was the one who knows the route to school. Right. Quirks. So, I want to ask, what is your quirk? He asked, and then returned to mumbling fast. I believe I've seen your quirk in action when we first met. They manifested as chains and it was strong enough to restrain that man with a crocodile quirk. Knowing that his baseline strength is much higher, that means your quirk has great strength, but what was that glowing energy on your hand? Is your quirk a twin-faceted emitter type? Athena contemplated on telling him whether her quirks aren't actually quirks and are the greatest innovative technology of the city imbued into her being. It didn't take a second to decide against it, and she already had the perfect excuse for it. Discover it yourself, she said, which prompted him to blink at her. Like I said, it's fun to make your own discoveries. Analyze my quirk and reach your own conclusion, then I will confirm your analysis. Maybe. That meant she'd have to limit her use of singularities whenever he was in the vicinity. A pain but doable. From what she can see, the only thing that necessitated the full use of her power would be All Might and anyone on his level. Teen, I'll figure out your quirk, he declared. You can try. She chuckled. It seems he was taking her words to heart. But, anyways, is this your school? Oh, yeah. He didn't seem thrilled as he took in the view of his school. The Arbiter noticed the students registering her presence, some even pointing at her. As they stopped by the gates, Athena had felt like an intruder, a foreign element. What was worse was that she noticed some of the stares were also aimed at Midoriya, incredulous and disbelieving. Guess this is where we part ways. She was eyeing the school and its students a bit, noting those who stared at them. She wasn't bothered. It was normal to wonder about unfamiliar elements that make a new appearance. Humans can be very curious, children even more so. She shifted her sight back at him, noting how nervous he was, giving her a bit of suspicion that it was either his inadequacy in social environments or something else at play. Yes, it is. Have fun, Mr. Midoriya. He nodded. Have a safe trip exploring the city, Athena-san. Just like many of his schoolmates, he walked past the gates, leaving her alone. She wondered if it was normal for him to nervous heading to school. This wasn't his first day. It was the only time Mrs. Midoriya trusted her to accompany him, so he shouldn't be nervous as long as the school wasn't up to suspicious activities. Right? She would have to bring it up to Mrs. Midoriya. For now, there was business to be done in Mizudafu. Walking away from the school, she formulated a plan that would allow her to operate with minimal risks in compromising her identity. She didn't wish to stay at the Midoriyas forever, so while she trained Midoriya Izuku to a state where he has an adequate chance of passing the UDATA practical exams, she would have to prepare connections, shelter, and manpower. A calm smile was on her face, but hiding beneath the facade was a vicious grin that was waiting to make use of her knowledge of the city, one at a deeper level than most in the city due to her role as an arbiter. Despite her power, she was incomplete. She may be an arbiter of the head, above the beholders of the eye and the executioners of the claw. But what was an arbiter without its eyes of judgment and its claws of punishment? Izuku wrote on his notebook, question marks pointed at illustrations of a chain and a glowing ball. That was far as he saw of Athena's quirk, making him theorize it to be a twin facet, a quirk that looked like two separate quirks but were actually only one, a fusion of the quirks of the parents. The information were vague. He knew the ball was deadly, but did it produce heat or was its main method of damage simply blunt force? He was more inclined to lean on the latter, as when he latched onto her arm, he couldn't recall any rise of temperature that would suggest it to produce heat, unless it was containing it and would release it in a fiery manner. So far, the most information he had of her quirk were the chains. He watched them wrap around the crocodile mutant and restrain him to the ground. Clearly, it held high resilience, considering not only was it unable to be broken by sheer force, but the claws of the mutant were unable to even chip it. He hoped he could see more of her quirk. It was a fascinating combination. "Oi, Deku!" He yelped when a palm slammed down on the pages of his notebook. He looked up at the owner of the hand and winced when he saw Kaken glaring down at him with his scowl. "Who was that beach that was with you, huh?" Kaken. Izuku stammered out, fiddling with his fingers. "She's just a friend Mom made. Mom asked her to accompany me to school and she agreed." Don't lie. This was the part he could never evade about Kaken. He knew about him deeply enough to know when he's hiding something and when he's telling the truth. "I know there's something more. Don't look down on me, Deku." Look down on him? He didn't think Kaken was someone to be underestimated, he looked up to him. I swear, Kaken. That's all there is to it." He remembered there was only 5 minutes before class started and that was when he last checked the clock. He prayed that the teacher would come in before his interrogation could continue. "Bullshit," his childhood friend yelled, prompting a wince from him. Fortunately, his prayer was answered. The door slid open and the teacher walked in. "Alright class, get to your seats." Kaken clicked his tongue and moved to sit in front of Izuku's table. "This isn't over, nerd." He gulped. Through some miracle, Izuku was able to survive the whole day without Kaken interrogating him. The last teacher dismissed the class and left the classroom himself, leaving the class to pack their bags and start leaving. As usual, most of them didn't pay attention to him, as he hadn't done anything yet worth their interest. Except for one. As he stood up from his seat with his backpack behind him, he felt a hand hold his shoulder, stopping him. "Deku, where do you think you're going?" Kaken. He stammered out, turning over to Kaken looming over him with a scowl. I was just about to head home." "Don't lie to me, Deku," Kaken said, glaring at him enough to freeze him where he stood. "Who actually is she? I know what you're saying is bullshit." "I'm telling you, Kaken. She's just a friend of Mom's." He tried to think of an explanation that could actually satisfy him, blurting out the first thing to come to mind. "She isn't doing anything more than helping me train to be a hero." Suddenly, the room's temperature dropped and he shivered, knowing that was the wrong thing to say. 2 hands gripped his shoulders, eyes glaring at him with a new color of anger and disdain. "What was that, Deku?" he growled out. "I thought we already talked this out." "Can't." Izuku flinched, only kept still by the grip of his childhood friend staring down at him. "Forget about the FING extras in our class. You're FING Quirkless." Kaken's grips on his shoulders tightened. "You can't be a hero, not even a D-lister with your weak but quirkless sheet. That beach helping you won't change anything." Normally, Izuku would shrink. He would cow down and listen to Kaken's words. But after someone finally began to believe in him, in his dream to be a hero, even going so far as to train him, "I can't let her down." His mouth stopped trembling and he frowned, sternly glaring back at Kaken. His childhood friend flinched back in surprise, widening his eyes when Izuku grabbed his hands. "I've heard you say it so many times. I know that you think that way." Izuku pried his hands off and grabbed his backpack hastily. "But she believes I can be a hero. No matter what you say, I can't let her down." Her gaze watching him as he performed the plan Athena set out for him flashed in his mind. When she watched him do his push-ups, carry the loads of trash from beach, seeing his struggle. He was going to be a hero, no matter what anyone said. I don't care what you say. He stared at Kakin with a challenge. I'm going to be a hero. Athena stood behind the railing, staring at the beach where the trash blocked out most of the horizon. In spite of Midoriya's efforts the day before, it almost felt like he hadn't taken any of the trash out. At the very least, the scrap and materials had provided her with some resources to stockpile in preparation for her plans. She grabbed her black trench coat, adjusting it slightly. She had opted to change out of her Arbiter uniform for a recently acquired attire, one that consisted of a white dress shirt, black pants, and a yellow tie. Beneath the trench coat, her boots remained the same, however. Her hearing picked up the footsteps ringing against her ears. She turned, her eyes quickly picking up Midoriya's figure marching to her. Before she could open her mouth to speak, she noticed the burn mark around his left eye. Fresh, it didn't seem to be horrible and it looked to be first degree, but her mind flashed back to a face, staring at her with lifeless eyes while she looked at his expressionless face on the table. Midoriya yelped when a gust of wind erupted in front of him, and the next thing he knew, Athena's face was only an inch away from his. Little hatchling. She pointed at the reddish spot on his eye. Do you mind telling me where you got that? It was from Kakin. Midoriya managed to bring out, chuckling with a nervous smile. It's not a big deal, Athena-san. I'm fine. We will talk about this later with your mother. Managing to get a leash on her emotions, she schooled her face into its usual stoic expression with the only sign of emotion being her smile. For now, let's proceed with your training. Thank you, Athena-san. Eager to get away from the subject, he released his excitement on training. Before we start, can I ask how your exploration go? Well, she recollected her experience in Mizudafu. It was fine, all things considered. Earlier, Athena dragged the corpses of 3 individuals, chains wrapped around their neck linked to her hand. Her other hand was holding 3 bags of cash, slightly shifting them out of the paths of dumpsters and garbage cans. Blood created a trail on the path the Arbiter forcefully pulled them on. Her footsteps sung silent, eerie thumbs across the alleyway. She was quiet in the valley between buildings, nothing but the company of 3 corpses and the rays of light from the sun barely piercing into the body of darkness, intruding upon the territory of the shadows, just as the blood stained the drapes she wore proudly as an Arbiter of the head. It's going to be a hassle cleaning them again, Athena thought with a frown. But there is still enough time before my pupils' classes have ended. Footsteps clicked around the alleyways, echoing throughout the chasms between buildings. A bald man in black shirt and matching black pants with white shoes ran behind a black-haired man in a suit and red-haired woman in a red shirt and blue cargo pants, the latter 2 carrying the bags of money on their arms. Don't let them get away. Chasing them from the ground was the hero Death Arms, and from the rooftops were Kamui Woods and Airjet. The heroes matched their pace, intent on pursuing them until their arrest. Akira! The woman nodded. Unseen to the naked eye, her quirk activated. Suddenly, Airjet fell on the ground, seeing static on his eyes and his limbs weakening. Kamui Woods was about to shout for the fellow hero's state when suddenly, he too experienced the same. What the? Death Arms stopped his charge, falling into his knees while he was blinded by static on his eyes and debilitated by a sudden weakness washing over his body. He gritted his teeth weakly upon seeing the 3 criminals leave. Quirks. Despite their contribution to humanity, they have also undoubtedly influenced it for worse. When the unrest settled down, conflicts were resolved, heroes were made, and society was shaped into the present they stand on now, quirks have become the central figure of the world. And that could not be less true in Japan. Although it wasn't explicitly said, quirks have done a great job in becoming a determining factor of the people. Those with flashy, powerful quirks were praised and heralded as heroes, bringing glory and fame to their career. For them, the path was already set, the carpets were rolled, and all that was left was to walk on it. For the mundane quirks, they weren't praised, but neither were they derided. They faded into obscurity, fitting into the piece of the puzzle society expected them to or can envision them being in. For the Quirkless, they had no place. but for those that held quirks seen by the public as villain-like or mutants in general. They were seen as monsters, dehumanized from the rest. The functions of their quirks terrified them to the core, so much that they weren't seen as dreams of the nation but as nightmares of society. Kira hated it. Sitting on the edge of the rooftop, glaring at the street below her, she couldn't help but glare in contempt, seeing the people walk as if everything was normal. That should have been me, she thought. Why can't I live just like them? Why can't we? Hey, Akira, she turned, being stared at by red eyes from a black-haired man standing in front of a bald man. You all right? Yeah. I'm fine now, Rin. She got up from where she sat and walked over. Sorry, No need. The bald man said. I won't pretend to understand how you feel, but I know your parents kicking you out is difficult. But we're in this together. Rin smiled, putting a hand on her shoulder. You, me, and Sora. She smiled at them. Yeah, us three. They didn't know how long they ran. They didn't know how far. All they knew was that they managed to flee the heroes. Adrenaline wore down and each of them collapsed to rest. Rin leaned on the wall while letting the bag of money beside him breathing rapidly to get air. Akira hysterically laughed where laid down on the floor, disbelieving of their situation. Holy shit, we actually got away from them. Yeah. Sora chuckled, sitting down while pressing his fingers together to form a triangle and breathing through it. We didn't just escape the police this time. We slipped through the hero's fingers. Akira pushed herself to sit up, grinning in victory. That felt amazing. That was a poor choice of last words before the sound of steel rattled against their ears and in the next second, Akira's body jerked forward. They swiftly zipped their eyes to the blackish chain poking out of her chest, radiating a sheen of gold, almost overshadowing the blood around her chest. She blinked, looking down at it. Oh! The chain disappeared, leaving Akira to fall on her back as her hands raised to her chest to clutch her wound. She was unable to as a black blur formed behind her and grabbed her by the back of her shirt, reeling her up and inserting their hand in her back. Akira! Both Rin and Sora stood up, bearing witness to the beating heart of their friend in the grasp of a hand sticking out in front of her. In the next second, the assailant behind her swung their hand with enough force to launch Akira's body from their hand. Her limp body collided with the wall loudly and bounced against its surface. Sora had already fired his heat vision by the time Akira's body fell to the ground, shouting in rage while Rin stood still, frozen and shocked. She stepped around the trajectories of the heat vision. Having avoided the jet of heat energy, she charged forward to Sora. The man stopped firing his heat vision and closed the distance, meeting the killer of their friend head-on. He threw his punches. Jabs and hooks were tossed at her, but she easily avoided them. She danced around, sidestepping or ducking while her footing gracefully tapped across the concrete surface. She moved with refined instinct puppeteering her body. Udiman Beach! Sora shouted while trying to land a strike on their elusive assailant, getting more sloppy and angry with each hit missing her. Stay still and pay for what you did to Akira. Very well. She stopped moving and stood still for a moment, something that Sora could capitalize on as he moved swiftly. The wind danced around him, his fist surging forward towards the woman with all his might. But that had been a lesson Sora had driven in their heads. That often, you can only hit with all your might in a strike if you are sure you can land it. Otherwise, all the momentum in the commitment would be one's downfall. As any rational person would, the woman didn't stay still and simply stood to the side. Sora let out a yell as he stumbled past her, unable to stop his momentum. Eventually, his body lost its balance and he fell to the ground with a grunt, scraping his skin against the concrete. The woman waved a hand and suddenly, Sora was wrapped in black chains. He widened his eyes, startled before exerting his body in an attempt to break it to no avail. She chuckled while he writhed helplessly. Rin could only watch as the only living combat capable of their group tried to free himself. The man gritted his teeth, feeling helpless at the situation. Was this really it? Was this where their journey ended, after everything they've been through? He had always been a coward. He even had the quirk suited for it, one that allowed him to operate from afar. Whenever they pulled off a crime, Akira and Sora were always the one to fight because their quirks were suited for it. And that was fine. Because he left it up to them, he trusted them just as they trusted him. But now, with Akira dead, Sora restrained, and him frozen in fear, it felt like this was where their story would end. Refused. Mustering up the courage, he unleashed a battle cry as he charged at the woman from behind. He balled his hands together and raised his right fist, punching it to where her side was. It would never find its way, as her hand intercepted it and held it. He groaned upon feeling the tight pressure exerting on his fist, nerves screaming at the hard grip bearing down on his hand. She swung her arm forward and threw him over Sora's restrained his body, rolling among the pavement to a halt. Fragile and unimpressive. I suppose that is the best I can expect from those akin to rats. Rats? He could hear Sora's outrage ringing against his ears while he pushed himself to get up. Rin raised his head to see the woman looking down on them, unimpressed. Is it not true? Her mouth curled into a smile. You are this society's rejects, derided for their villainy and malice. Malice? Rin was surprised to hear it from himself, but listening to this woman, he couldn't help his anger from surfacing. That's FING. Bullshit. He stood up and immediately charged at her, throwing a punch the moment he got into range. Of course, she dodged it, but it didn't stop him from tossing out punches after punching in the hopes he can hit, fueled by rage at not just the society built around them but the words of this ignorant woman. We're not just FA villains. They finally kicked me out. Rin patted Akira's back while she hugged Sora in the living room of his apartment. He couldn't help but feel his heart breaking at the sound of her sobs. They just threw me out, a few days after I finally turned 18. He could see her arm shift as she tightened her hug on their former senpai in school. A chuckle broke out of her, but it wasn't filled with humor nor joy like it should have been. Akira was tossed aside for her quirk. He stumbled forward after overcommitting a punch, but he slammed his hands on the ground and whirled around. The feeling of concrete scraping his skin burned, but adrenaline allowed him to ignore it and continued to charge at their enemy. They always effing brought her down. Our teachers, our classmates, even our parents believed she was gonna be a villain. So, is it a surprise when she does? Sora shouted out while unleashing beams of heat from his eyes. Even if he was restrained, nothing stopped him from using his quirk. The woman raised her hand and blocked it with her palm, steam hissing from her hand while Rin charged forward. And we stand with her, refusing to be with this world? Rin moved his fist forward. But the woman stepped forward and held the wrist of his fist with the hand she used to block the heat vision. Burns imprinted upon his wrist while Sora's heat vision simply passed through where she once stood. Rin! She backhanded him and sent him flying to the wall behind him with a grunt pushing his way out of his body. The recoil of the impact sent him on all fours to the floor, but he simply got up, limping forward while raising his fists. I refuse to be on the same side as the people that treated her so horribly. This world anew. I see. Athena stared with no joviality from her anymore. Was it this common to unleash one's baggage on other people in this world? Should this have happened in the city and were she anyone else, the villain in front of her would have been looked down. However, it does answer her question. Prejudices based on quirks do exist, and the three criminals around her were the results of such discrimination. Results in varying degrees. One became a villain because she finally succumbed to the expectations of society, and the two others fell with her in the chains of their loyalty as a friend linking them to her. Humans. They truly could be intriguing. It seems life has dealt you a terrible hand. She smiled, snapping her fingers at him. Please, take a short rest. Fairy word to life, and it opened his heart. He staggered back, the recoil of the vital organs rupture becoming apparent. He collapsed into the ground, his body twitching as life slowly slipped from his grasp. She turned to the last man alive, restrained in chains. She observed his demeanor, expression blank, and no longer resisting. If it's any consolation, Athena pointed her hand at him, your deaths are temporary. In an imperceptible blur, she closed the small distance between them and tore her hand to his chest, grabbing his heart before crushing it. Finding a place to sell the scrap and junk was difficult, but I did manage to find a place to. Athena lied as naturally as she breathed with a smile. That's how I obtained the funds for my new outdoor outfit. Izuku responded by groaning while lifting a tire with his 2 arms. That's... wow. He grunted with each step. I didn't. But there were people that would buy. I'm surprised myself. Athena put a hand on her chin. But it's not of my business, so I could care less of their plans with garbage. She removed her hand from her chin and joined it with her other hand behind her. Speaking of, hurry up, little hatchling. She teased. It's but a simple tire. It's heavy. He grunted out while stepping up the stairs. It's for you to say. What is humanity? A human carved into a villain by society's hands. Rin, a loyal human that stood against society. Sort, a loyal human that stood against society. Midoriya is a human of kindness in an unequal world of cruelty. Midoriya, the kind mother of a Quirkless after text. It became clear to Athena that every step they took to the apartment fueled Midoriya's nervousness, and it was amusing, especially when she knew why. The reddish burn around his eye was going to be a topic that needed to be explored. For though concern at her student was grated in her, the Arbiter found his jittery demeanor to watch. She could always tend to it and restore it with K-Corp's singularity, but if they couldn't determine where he had obtained the burn mark from, there was no action to be done to take care of the problem, merely the wound. Knocking on the door as they arrived, she stepped behind Midoriya so he won't use her to hide him as long as possible. He looked at her unimpressed stare, silently telling him that he couldn't conceal the wound. When the door opened, he accepted his fate. Good evening, Izuku and Athena-san. Izuku. Midoriya Inko immediately panicked upon noticing the mark. What happened to you? Did something go wrong with your training? Mom. He arrived in training with that mark, ma'am. Athena informed as she walked past them. I had treated it with some cool water and soap before we fully started. Midoriya followed behind while trying to reassure his mother. Mom, fine. I swear. Izuku, please tell me, where did you get this burn mark from? Mrs. Midoriya urged him to sit on the couch. It would be best to simply say it yourself. While Athena knew his name, or the nickname of the perpetrator, she deemed it better if it had come from his own mouth rather than hers. He sighed, conflicted while looking at both her and his mother. It was Kaken. Katsuki. Mrs. Midoriya blurted out a name she didn't recognize, likely the true name. Why would he do this to you? It's not that big of a deal. It's fine. Unfortunately for Midoriya's words, his mother thought otherwise. This isn't fine, Izuku, she exclaimed. You shouldn't be getting hurt like this. Why did Katsuki hurt you? Mrs. Midoriya, I do believe you should calm down a bit. Athena's advice pulled her out of her panicked state, realizing that it wouldn't help much. Mrs. Midoriya looked at her son more gently and softly asked, Izuku, dear, you should know that this isn't okay. She said, I don't know what has been going on in that school, but he shouldn't be using his quirk to hurt you. I know, Mom, but I'm used to it. Midoriya murmured. She had to wonder why he was insisting he was fine. If anyone was given the same treatment, they'd retaliate fiercely to a point where death was a possibility that could occur between both parties. Rarely did anyone defend the people who hurt them. Either Midoriya was kind to an extent it was a weakness, or it was another cultural difference between Japan and the city. Izuku, dear, you shouldn't be. Mrs. Midoriya gripped his hand gently. Even if Katsuki isn't your friend, you shouldn't be getting hurt. He's known you for a long time, so why is he doing this to you? He found out Athena-san is training me to be a hero. He finally said the reason. And he didn't like it. Oh, Izuku, his mother started. That's not okay. Even if he doesn't support your decision to be a hero, he should at least leave you alone. She let go of his hand and started to caress his hair, making sure not to touch the burnt area. I'll talk to Mitsuki and Masaru tomorrow. We'll get this sorted out. Can you avoid Katsuki until then? Midoriya nodded. I will. Mrs. Midoriya smiled at his response. At the very least, even if he still looked up to Katsuki, he had the sense to listen to his mother. Good. She stood up and headed to the kitchen. I'm going to prepare some katsudon for today. I look forward to it. Midoriya smiled while Athena walked around the couch, sitting on the only unoccupied seat next to Midoriya. I told you it wasn't something to be so nervous about, she said, her smile growing a small bit. Yeah, I know. He chuckled, intertwining his fingers together. But I can't help it. Nervousness is not something to be ashamed of. Often, it is a sign that you acknowledge the gravity of the situation, but you must also ensure it doesn't control you. She said, be more confident, be more certain, because when you step into the field of heroism, it demands nothing less. Athena stood behind Mrs. Midoriya. While the latter rang the doorbell of the house, she observed the exterior. Compared to the humble abode of the apartment the Midoriyas stayed in, the Bakugos seemed to live in a wealthier manner with a nicer home. Although she would have waited at Dagoba Beach, Mrs. Midoriya thought it was appropriate to bring her to the Bakugo residence and introduce her to them. It wasn't troubling. She'd have someone watch over Midoriya while he was training. The door was shortly opened after Mrs. Midoriya rang the doorbell. The person that greeted her was a woman with ash-blonde spiky hair and red eyes, wearing a white blouse underneath a lavender cardigan and black skirt. Oh, Inko! The woman greeted excitedly, grabbing her hands and pulling her in. It's been so long since you visited. Mrs. Midoriya let out a startled yell. Mitsuki, please calm down. Despite her words, it was clear she was enjoying the interaction, considering a giggle escaped her while she balanced herself. Athena followed suit, watching them silently. It's good to see you too. How have you been doing? I've been doing great, but don't think I didn't notice you brought someone. Mrs. Bakugo turned to her with a smile. Hello there. My name is Bakugo Mitsuki, but feel free to call me Mitsuki. She chuckled in amusement. She was certainly vocal and energetic, much more than Midoriya Inko was. Greetings, Mrs. Mitsuki. My name is Athena. It is a pleasure to meet you. And if she was a betting woman, she could take a guess that she was also more assertive. Well, that saves me the trouble of introducing you both. Mrs. Midoriya giggled while recovering from her interaction with Mrs. Bakugo. Where's Masaru? He just went to the bathroom to take a piss. At that, Mr. Bakugo appeared from the stairs, blinking in surprise when he turned to them. That's some good timing. Sir, come here. Inko came with a new friend of hers. Oh, hello. In contrast to Bakugo Mitsuki, Bakugo Masaru seems to be more timid and reserved. He approached them with a smile less prominent compared to Mitsuki's larger-shaped grin. Inko, it's great to see you again. After greeting Inko, he turned to Athena and extended a hand. Hello there. My name is Bakugo Masaru, as you've probably heard, but you can just call me Masaru. It's nice to meet you. She took his hand, shaking it with him, though he notably winced a bit upon realizing how tight her grip was. My name is Athena. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Mr. Masaru. I would love to talk more, but I came here for something important. Alright. For as nice it was to meet the Bakugos, they were here for a purpose rather than a social visit. Pulling her hand away, she nodded to confirm Inko's words. Mrs. Midoriya is correct. We came here on short notice due to concerns with your son. Mitsuki groaned, going over to the door to push it close. What has my brat done now? Athena tilted her head to the side. Is this frequent? No, but I can tell he definitely did something. Mitsuki entered the living room and walked over to the couch with her husband following behind her. I'm so proud of that brat, but it's a FING understatement when I say he's rough around the edges. Arrogant, self-centered, and FING beach with an ego bigger than Japan. I try to get it out of his system, but his FING teachers just feed more into it like the sun shines out of his diamond butt. They sat opposite to each other. Athena sat in front of Masaru, who turned to Mitsuki with a sheepish smile. I think we should actually talk it out instead of, beating it out of him. It's the only way he listens. Mitsuki grunted out with irritation. Anyways, Inko. What did he do now? Athena held her tongue. There were some words to describe her discontent with the mistreatment of her student, but knowing when to keep your mouth shut and when you should speak was a practice done for decades. Katsuki used his quirk on Izuku. Inko cut to the chase, with hurt in her voice in acknowledging that not only was her son hurt, but the cause was from a friend he had known since childhood. He came home with a burn mark near his eye and he said it had come from Katsuki. That little. Mitsuki gritted her teeth while clenching her fists. We're going to have a talk about his attitude. I didn't think he'd hurt Izuku with how long they've known each other. Athena wondered how long the two knew each other. Closing her eyes, she made a good decision to not be hasty in hunting down the perpetrator behind the injury of Midoriya Izuku, lest it caused consequences for everyone involved to suffer through. Why am I so overprotective of this child? While waiting for the child to come home, Mitsuki and Inko drifted to their own devices, leaving Masaru and Athena on the kitchen. The former brewed coffee, stirring it in a cup before sliding it towards her with a smile. I never expected you to have cream and sugar, Athena-san. It is among the least favorite variants of coffee I consume, but one that I indulge myself in. Athena grabbed the handle of the cup, staring at the smoke seeping from the top of the cup. I'm not picky with what I drink. It is always good to have a variety of consumption to freshen your taste in beverages. Though arbiters had their fair share of debates between coffee versus tea, most of them weren't averse to indulging in each craft of drinks made by human hand. Still, it didn't stop her from viewing most of the living arbiters, both modern or far older, to be children squabbling over which beverage is superior despite their dignified positions as arbiters, those who stand among the zenith of the city. Immature brats. She couldn't help but think as she drank the coffee served to her. Athena-san, that may be hotter than you think. After sipping it for a bit, she pushed it away from her mouth and placed it back to the table. I assure you, Mr. Bakugo, I am perfectly capable of handling this temperature. It would take something far hotter than mere coffee for her to feel the stinging heat. Your brew is colder than some of the coffee my colleagues make. Masaru chuckled nervously and sat in front of her. I see. I can't imagine that, but then again, Katsuki has some resistance to heat considering his quirk. The troublesome boy, someone that even his parents found difficult to interact with. He sounded brash, boastful, and arrogant, judging by the tone and words Mitsuki used, that the man in front of her corroborated. But beneath it all, him and my student go way back, isn't that correct? Athena decided to stir the conversation to the subject that brought her and Inko into the Bakugo residence in the first place. If you mean Izuku, yes. Masaru said. They've known each other since childhood because Mitsuki and I are friends with Inko and her husband, though we haven't heard from him in a while. He pressed his hands together, memories undoubtedly playing in his mind and reminiscing them while he spoke. They're good friends. Or were. At least, Katsuki was already very talented before he got his quirk, and when he did, the students and even the teachers around them started praising him and letting it get into his head. We tried to stop it, of course, but he didn't listen, did he? Athena finished his line of thoughts. Parental figures often molded the children under their wing, but even they would refuse to hear out anything that goes against their worldview. If even adults have difficulties accepting the flaws and beliefs, the chances of a child assured in himself doing so would be even lower, even if not impossible. They would shut down any self-doubts that spawned within and any criticism that came from others. No, he didn't. Masaru sighed. Even with Mitsuki rigorously trying to get his head from the clouds, he's still the same brash, boastful kid with ambitions to be the best, and he wouldn't accept anything less. I don't think talking with him about this is gonna change anything, and this is why. Athena hummed, staring at her cup of coffee. But it doesn't hurt to try, does it? She smiled. Even the most stubborn of individuals can change. I hope so. Mitsuki and I love him and we wish nothing but the best for him. He said. But we can talk about my son later. I believe you called Izuku your student. Are you a teacher of his? A teacher at his institution? No, she said. But I am training him to be a hero. I decided to help him in his journey of being the first Quirkless hero. She raised the cup of coffee, taking a couple of sips before pulling it away and continuing. Whether he succeeds relies on what tale time and fate decides to tell. I gave him the tools and teaching, but it is up to him and how he fares when it comes to fully realizing his dream. Unlike her mentoring of arbiters, it was truly a mystery whether Midoriya Izuku would succeed. Her students were imbued with the might of singularities and the best of augmentations, leading to only their attitudes and minds to determine their compatibility as arbiters. But the opposite was Midoriya Izuku. His attitude and mind was clearly fitting for a hero. It was his body and overall capability that needed to be tested for whether he was cut out to be a hero. I hope he succeeds then. Masaru smiled. Izuku. He would make a great hero. Yes, he would, and despite never voicing it, she does hope that he can succeed. Izuku could see the beach, littered with garbage as usual. Despite working on it for days, he felt like it was a fruitless endeavor no matter how much chunks of trash he took out. He couldn't see a difference to the mountains of scrap and junk behind the railings of asphalt acted above the sands of the beach. But he had to see this through. Even if he couldn't see his efforts now, he had to clean the whole beach. For if the view of the horizon is no longer impeded by the gates of humanity's wastes, so too will the barrier blocking you from taking the first step in heroism no longer be present to impede you. Hey kid! He turned to the source of a masculine voice with a yelp, startled at being called out. He saw a gray-haired man approaching him, dressed in a purple blazer emblazoned on top of a white shirt, purple pants and black shoes. Hiding the color of his eyes were a pair of circular glasses. Are you Midoriya Izuku? Yes, sir. He straightened his back, nervously wondering who this man was. His posture had garnered a laugh from the man, making him blush. No need to be so stiff, kid. Athena told me she won't be here to watch over her student, so she called me in her place. So, you're a friend? He eased up a bit, sighing as it was just a friend, or at least an acquaintance, of his teacher. Something like that. Name's Okuda Kajiro. The man grinned, introducing himself. And I'll be watching you over to make sure your exercise goes smoothly and safely. Otherwise, she'd have my head if she found out I let you get hurt by some thug or something. Izuku chuckled a bit. He was beginning to like Okuda-san just by the few minutes of talking with him. I'm sure I'd be fine, Okuda-san. He'll have to be extra careful not to get hurt. While he was already careful, he didn't want Okuda-san to be in trouble. All right, kid. The good lady gave me the routine for today, so let's finish up the push-ups and SSH stuff before you put on some basic safety gear for cleaning Dagoba Beach. Katsuki marched on his way home after the two extras trying to SCK up to him had finally left. Nothing notable had happened in class, other than Deku being his stupid FING self. He didn't want that BSTRD all day in his mind, not when he needed to train for the UA entrance exam. Demon Deku was clearly still thinking he could be a demon hero and it pissed him off, but the BSTRD would learn that even with one of Auntie's so-called friends helping him, he won't make it past even the entrance exam. There was no point in beating him up more when he could use that time to train himself. Rolling up to the doorway of his house, eager to start working out in order to vent his frustrations, he opened the door only to be greeted with the old hag crossing her arms in front of his dad, both looking disappointed. Behind them was Auntie Inko and her friend, as Deku said. Katsuki, we need to talk. The old hag started. What is this about you using your quirk on Izuku? Deku. Katsuki scowled. Did he snitch? What about him? It's hard to hide a burn mark when it's right near the eyes. The old hag scowled back at him. Do you think Inko won't notice? Why did you hurt Izuku with your quirk? He's going above his station. Burst out of his mouth. And like a dam broken, his words came out naturally. He's a delusional quirkless dumb but who thinks he can be a hero and stand with me. Is that why you're treating him like shit in the first place? She shouted at him. Because you're so FNG insecure that he's trying to be a hero like you. He's looking down on me and he always has. He shouted back. Even when he shouldn't, because he's not cut out to be a hero. He's not even enough to be someone's stepping stone. There was silence after that. In the same vein as All Might would strike down a villain, his words shot down anything the old hag could have said. But it was broken by a feminine voice. different from the old hags. Softer and gentler. Izuku doesn't see you that way. Auntie Inko said. He doesn't look down on you. It's the opposite. He looks up to you. He admires you. Her mouth shook, trembling in the same way her hands joined together did. He sees you as someone to look up to. Strong, powerful, confident, talented. He truly does think that one day he'll see you in the top spot that you were dreaming of. Whenever he thinks of victory. She looked at him in the eyes. He sees you. So why, Katsuki? Why do you treat him the way you do? Why can't you see that he looks up to you? In the back of his mind, a thought surfaced to answer Auntie Inko's question, but he pushed it down. He opened his mouth to give another answer. But nothing came out of his mouth. Until, for an unexplainable reason, there was suddenly nothing locking away the true reason he treated Deku like trash. Because it always feels Deku is ahead of me. It dropped from his mouth. It always feels like he is better than me, so I treat him like sheep because I'm nothing if I'm not the best, even when I knew he would make a great hero. He clicked his mouth shut. Why did he say that? Why did it just drop from his mouth? Katsuki. He didn't want to hear this. He dropped his bag by the door on the side and walked off. I need some time. Oi, wait, you brat. He didn't listen and walked off. Closing the door behind him, he had to think after what he had just said. Even though it stirred in his thoughts, actually saying it felt different. He couldn't just ignore it, no matter how much he wanted to. A penny, for your thoughts? He raised his head while walking and turned around to see that black-haired woman with golden eyes, the one he saw with Deku at the school, and the one Deku said was Auntie Inko's friend. You're the... He paused, trying to figure out what to call before proceeding with his instincts. Old hag with Deku and Auntie. She tilted her head at him. My supposed old age isn't the worst to call me by, but there are better descriptors you could use. She smiled. My name is Athena. Katsuki Bakugo, correct. Katsuki clicked his tongue while he walked off, hands in his pockets with Athena keeping up with him. Do you wish to talk about it? Like an olive branch, she offered. I have talked to many other under my tutelage about their issues, and often, it gives them the right nudge into solving their problems. Was she looking down on? That was the same problem that got him into this FING mess. And what if I don't you want to? He scowled at her. Then you may keep it to yourself. She answered smoothly, like she always had an answer for everything he said ready. But that would eventually cause problems, no? He gritted his teeth. He couldn't find a defense against that because it was exactly what happened. No matter how good he was at burying that feeling of inferiority to Deku, the moment it was unraveled, it became harder to deny not just those feelings but everything that he didn't want to agree with, even when they had a good point. Then do you have any bright FING ideas? He growled. Talk to someone about your grievances. Athena said. Of course, you are free to discard my advice, I am simply offering them, and what I offer is for you to talk. Not as the definite solution, but as the first step. Before he could open his mouth, she raised a hand. But not to me. Your problem is not me. It is Midoriya Izuku, your perception of him and the concept of his identity that exists in your eyes. Katsuki clicked his tongue. He didn't want to talk to Deku at this point, but let's try it. Where's Deku, old hag? Izuku grunted while pulling the fridge through the ropes, driving his foot into the sand and heaving heavy breaths through his mouth. Come on, kid, you can do it. Okuda-san cheered, a stark contrast from Athena-san's quiet disposition and observation. He welcomed the change of pace, pushing harder and dragging the fridge across the sand. Oh wait, it looks like Athena-san is here. He stopped when he heard Okuda-san from the railings, turning up to see his back facing him. Okuda-san raised his arm and waved, eventually walking away from view. He returned after a few moments, looking down at Izuku and shouting. Looks like my supervision time is over, kid. Athena-san is taking over. Alright. Izuku waved over at Okuda-san. Goodbye, Okuda-san. It was nice training with you. You too, kid. Okuda-san walked off and departed as he said, leaving him back at Athena's supervision. His eyes drifted to Athena appearing at the top of the stairs and walking down, But what widened his eyes in surprise was Kaken walking behind her, following with a less aggressive look. He would even say he looked contemplative, even as his friend since childhood shifted his gaze to Izuku. "Kaken," he murmured out. Kaken stopped before Izuku, looking briefly at the fridge behind him and the ropes on the sand before staring at the green-haired boy himself. "Deku, what do you actually think of me?" What Kaken said made him wince, taken aback by the tone and words. "I thought you looked down on me, thinking I'm some pitiful weakling that needs your help or be told on what to do, when you have no quirk at all, you have no power, no meat in your bones. I should be the best, but it always feel like you're better than me." He gritted his teeth. "That was what I thought until Auntie Inko told me what you felt, and I want to hear it from you." "What am I to you?" Izuku blinked in surprise. He thought he would be faced with the same conversation, the same flash of light blinding his eyes. But he was actually talking to Kaken, without being hurt in the first 5 seconds of words being spoken. Izuku opened his mouth. "I never looked down on you, Kaken." He started, soft, gentle, before switching to admiration laced in his voice. "I looked up to you. You always felt like an insurmountable presence to me. You were so good at everything even before you got your quirk. You were strong, boastful, loud, confident, and I wanted to be like you." With every word, he didn't notice the small, minuscule of realization in Kaken. "When I think of a hero, I think of all might, but when I think of triumph, when I think of ambitions, I see you, Kaken." "So, why?" Kaken's scowl deepened. In the bottom of his heart, his fear weighed heavier, but he weathered through, standing firm in spite of the scared part of him screaming loudly. "Why do you always try to help me? Why do you give me a demon hand, even when I don't find need it?" He opened his mouth, but no words came out, or rather they were stuck in his throat. Izuku looked at him in worry as he tried to voice out the last bit of his words, and eventually released it. "Back in the woods, when we were DMN kids, why did you give me a hand when I fell into the river? Why did you go down and try to get me up even though I was fine?" Kaken's words had made him remember all the time he tried to help him, but mentioning the last part had made him remember an event so long ago. He was simply following Kaken like the other kids behind his line, leading them through the woods until he slipped on a log and fell on the river. Unlike the others with them, he slid down and offered his hand to help Kaken. "In all honesty, I just thought, even if you needed it, it would be nice, won't it?" Izuku started with a smile. "Even if you didn't need help, Kaken, I still would have tried because I wanted to help you. That's what heroes do, helping people because they wanted to." He chuckled. "I didn't think to ask if you needed it. It just naturally came to me, and I tried to help you because I just wanted to, because I thought it would be nice if someone was there for you, someone to help you if you ever wanted it." "You." Kaken had a moment to process that before he turned away with a roar. "Phuck. I'm gonna go." He angrily marched out, walking past Athena, who watched with a smile. "This is so stupidly complicated and I hate it. I need some time to think about this by myself without anyone else messing with me." Izuku stared as Katsuki walked up the stairs and left from his sight. His mind was in a daze after the conversation, trying to wrap his head around what just happened. "Hey!" Athena's voice snapped him out. "Your body isn't going to build itself and the fridge isn't going to move, neither is the trash, if you don't do something little hatching." "All right." He had training to do, of course. "All right, you're in your 3rd years now, which means it is now or never that you will decide your future. I would hand out your future career forms." On the next day after his conversation with Kaken, the teacher announced with a stack of papers on his desk before scattering them through the class carelessly with a grin. "But I know you all want to be heroes, don't you all?" At that, the class ignited into an excited uproar. Most of them didn't even bother restraining themselves from using their quirk. He tried to shrink among the crowd. Among all of them, he was the only one without a quirk. "You all have wonderful quirks, but be aware the use of quirks outside this establishment is prohibited. Yo, teach." Not even a second after the teacher finished, Kaken had already shouted with his legs on the table, grinning. "But is it just him or? Don't lump me in with these losers." They'd be lucky to even be evangelisters. What do you mean by that? Shut the F up and behave like the extras you all are. In the midst of Kaken verbally clashing with the class, the teacher brought up, "All right, Bakugo. You plan to attend UDA, correct?" "No way, UDA? That national school? The cutoff score this year is 79, right? I hear they barely accept anyone." "Screw that, I hear one of the teachers there expelled an entire class. That last one was weird. Does UDA seriously do that? What would happen if he actually got accepted?" "That's right," he declared boastfully, removing his legs from the table and slamming them on the ground while smashing a fist on the table with a grin. "I aced the mock exams. I'm the only one here with the qualifications to go to UDA. He boasted with a proud grin. "I'll surpass even All Might and become the greatest hero in history. I'll be one of the richest people in the world." "Oh right, Midoriya wanted to go to UDA's hero course, right?" Just like that, the noise screeched to a halt. He put his head on the table and tried to cover it with his arms. And then they all burst out laughing, with the exception of Kaken. "You, Midoriya? Good grades alone won't get you into the hero course, you know?" He raised his head up and stood from his desk. That's not necessarily true. Sure, there's no precedent, but there's no policy stopping a Quirkless from trying out the entrance exam. A Quirkless like you? Try. What are you even going to do? He looked down on his desk. Even though Athena believed in him, it always hurt to hear these words. "Shut the F up," Kaken shouted. It made Izuku look up in surprise as he bellowed all over the class. "You all are so effing annoying. He is effing Quirkless, we get that, now shut the F up." The class grew silent, only broken by one student brave enough to voice out what everyone thought. "Seriously, Bakugo? I thought you'd be in on this. I keep hearing the same bullshit and it's growing effing old." Kaken growled. "He's probably just going to FING fail. No need to say the same shit about it." After Kaken finished speaking, the teacher stepped in. "All right, settle down everyone. Midoriya, stop standing and just take your seat." He sat down as instructed, but he couldn't help but look at Kaken's back, murmuring silently under his breath, "Thank you." Unbeknownst to him, Katsuki looked at his desk, staring at it with furrowed eyebrows. Is that what helping someone feels like? Izuku watched the rest of his class packing up to leave. Grabbing his notes and putting it in his backpack, he needed to hurry to the beach. He had gotten enough notes from the incident in the morning, where the debut of Mount Lady took place. "Hey, Bakugo, wait up." He turned to the doors to see two of Kaken's friends try to catch up to him on the way out. Izuku stared for a moment before walking to exit through the same doors. He wondered what compelled Kaken to act the way he did, but it certainly helped him. He left for school and headed through the same route to Dagoba Beach. He was excited to continue training. Even if it didn't look like he was doing much progress, he found it to be enjoyable. Even if it was a bit painful for his body, it would be worth it. Especially when they progressed through the later months and Athena-san started to train him with weapons. Speaking of which, he still couldn't decide what weapon to choose. He definitely did not want a sword. As cool as it was, he didn't know how he could use it non-lethally, and even if he wasn't even close to be an expert in swords. He knew the only thing they were good for in battle was killing. And he didn't want to kill. He wanted to be a hero, to save and help people. A medium. A voice seeped out in the darkness under the bridge he crossed. "Sized body. To hide in." He slowly turned around to see a large mass of viscous sludge with eyes staring at him, smiling with rows of teeth. He stared at Izuku with a visceral glee. Izuku shrieked when the sludge lunged upon him. He jumped to the side and crashed to the ground, avoiding a majority of the sludge, but some of the slime got on him, crawling across his body. The sludge reeled him in despite his resistance. It dragged him across the ground and eventually started to wrap around his body, forcing its way into his mouth and nose. Someone. Hell dash. That was the most he could muster out until his mouth was completely covered. "Don't worry. I'm just hijacking your body. Calm down, it'll only hurt for about 45 seconds before it will be over," the sludge villain said. You're a real hero, kid. I'm saved because of you. I didn't even know he would show up in town. He tried to claw his way out, sinking his fingers into the sludge to try and free himself. No point in trying that, kid. I'm fluid. Was this where everything ended? His body was getting weaker, his eyes were shedding tears, and he didn't know if he could hold on for longer. Despite his training, he felt powerless. Was all of his efforts for naught? Was he really going to let his efforts and Athena's guidance be in vain? Then, the manhole cover was sent flying from the ground and embedded itself on the bridge above. Fear not, kid. A familiar voice declared, and he couldn't help but feel safe even when he was a mere knock from death's door. For I am here. In the next second, the sludge was dispelled in a powerful shock wave. His vision blurred as he was finally liberated from the torment, and in his descent, he saw the legendary figure of the symbol of peace. Just as he fell into the darkness of unconsciousness, he felt his cheek being repeatedly slapped. He groaned awake, opening his eyes to see All Might slapping him gently awake. Hey, thank goodness. The #1 hero declared upon realizing he finally woke up. You're okay? Excellent. He laughed while standing up, running his hand through his hair while Izuku tried to comprehend everything. Apologies for getting you caught up in my villain hunting. Mistakes like that usually aren't my style, so I am ashamed to let you get caught in my battles. But he pulled out a bottle containing the sludge villain. My success here is all thanks to you. I extend my gratitude, kid. It was actually real. In front of him was All Might, the #1 hero in the world and the symbol of peace that put an end to the Dark Age, where crimes were rampant and villains rampaged the streets, all stopped thanks to his presence. And he was in front of Izuku, not behind a screen. His presence was totally different, and it felt more amazing than just watching him. Wait, All Might, sir, I need an autograph. He scrambled for his bag, not realizing it was already opened. Where's my notebook? He grabbed it from his bag as he caught it and opened it, only to see a large autograph embedded in it. It's already in it. He excitedly stood up and bowed to All Might repeatedly. Thank you so much. This will be a family heirloom. No problem, kiddo. Now I must go bring this menace to the authorities. He tensed up, crouching down. A pro not only battles villains, but also time. Was he getting ready to jump? Wait, All Might. Sir. He still had something to be done. Until next time. And then All Might jumped. Thank you for your support. Maybe if he was built a little bit poorly, Izuku may have failed to catch him, but... Whoa, hey! All Might voiced out his bafflement while the wind blew against Izuku's face, forcing his eyelids and mouth open. I know you're a fan, but even this is a bit too much. Let go. But if I let go, I'll die. Izuku pointed out. Oh, right. Why did he just realize that now? Besides, I have so many things to ask you. He voiced out with difficulty in the aggressive wind blasting against his face. Okay, just do me a favor and close your eyes. Izuku failed to notice the blood shedding from All Might's mouth. Katsuki walked between the narrow alley between buildings, followed by the 2 lackeys behind him. He didn't call them friends. They were bootlicker more than anything. Not that he cared about making friends. What's up with you, Bakugo? Extra One asked. You're more mad than usual. Shut the F up. It's none of your business. He shouted back. Kicking a bottle away, he ignited his palm into an explosion, obliterating the drink on his hand. And I thought. He slowly turned to them with his signature scowl. I told you to quit smoking. If you fuckuses get caught, it'll go on my record too. Hey. They were suddenly pointing behind him. What the F are you 2 pointing at? A body. With a good quirk. Izuku breathed rapidly, inhaling and exhaling air while the adrenaline died down. The experience was scary, and he was never more glad he was on the ground again. Scary. Of all the... Hopefully the people will get you downstairs, but I have no time to wait. All Might declared. Wait them? No, I will not wait. Izuku quickly stood up. There was urgency in his body because if he didn't ask this question, he would surely regret it. Even without a quirk, can I still be a hero? Even if Athena answered yes, even if Athena believed he could, he wanted to hear what All Might thought. What the man who stood at the pinnacle of Japan's heroes thought. Can someone without a quirk become a hero like you? He brought his hands together, not noticing the steam hissing out of All Might's body. Because I don't have a quirk. Well, that's probably not the only reason, but I've often been picked on because of it. But even then, someone out there. He remembered when he asked that question to the person who rescued him. She smiled and told him that she believed I could be a hero, even without a quirk. But I wondered what you thought. If you think I can be a hero without a quirk. He raised his gaze up at All Might. So do you? He froze when he was greeted by a skinnier man, covered in smoke, rising to the top of the sky. What? Izuku screamed out. What was going on? What happened to All Might? Are you a fake? An imposter? I am All Might. After he answered, the blond man spat out a lot of blood. No way. You know how people hold in their gut at the pool? It's just like that. All Might tried to explain. Izuku tried to comprehend what the man in front of him tried to say. A bit of him was still stunned. A hero without a quirk, huh? All Might sat in front of Izuku. You've seen the real me, kid. Please don't try to put it out in the internet. He snapped out of his thoughts. Was this actually the real All Might? He was still trying to wrap his head around the fact that a man that stood so tall, so powerful looked smaller, frilier. 5 years ago. All Might raised his shirt, making him flinch at the gruesome injury hidden underneath the white fabric. A villain did this to me. My respiratory system was nearly destroyed, and my stomach had to be removed. I've wasted away from the aftermath of those surgeries. I can only do about 3 hours of hero work every 24 hours. 5 years ago. Was it Toxic Chainsaw that gave you that wound? All Might smiled at him. You did your homework, but that punk could never do that to me. And then, he stopped smiling and it felt. No. The fight was never made public. I asked it to never be. I see. You asked me, can you be a hero without a quirk? Izuku was reminded of his reason for latching on to All Might. He looked at the symbol of peace in both anticipation and dread. That a pro always has to risk their lives on the field. The media hides it pretty good, but even with a good quirk, it's a dangerous environment. So, to circle back to your question, no, I do not think you can be a hero without your quirk. Something shattered in him when he heard that. He froze, standing in his spot while All Might stood up. Oh, if you desire to help people, the police is always a good option. All Might started to make his way to the door. They're usually mocked and regarded as glorified janitors, but they still do admirable work. It's good to dream, but you have to be realistic. All Might left him on the rooftop, but he couldn't help repeating the words of the #1 hero. After what felt like centuries waiting on the rooftop, he left it and started wandering the sidewalks, looking at the notebook. Athena believed he could be a hero. She never denied that he can become a hero, even while he would be at a disadvantage compared to everyone. But it felt, compared to the years of being told that his dream of being a hero was delusional, and even the best of the best had confirmed their words, even the solidity in his resolve to become a hero strengthened by her words and belief wavered and cracked. He walked and walked, thinking nothing but the reality brought on him. Had he merely used Athena's words to ignore reality? Had he allowed it to make it easier to look away? He had, hadn't he? Even if she truly believed he could be a hero, the person that stood at the top didn't. Boom! To us. Getting harder to breathe. What were the heroes doing? While this sludge was wrapped around him, this villain was trying to force his way into his body. Katsuki unleashed the familiar blasts of explosion in an attempt to ravage the villain to no avail. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in fear. He looked at the crowd and he looked at the heroes. All the extras were just chattering, and the heroes were just sitting on their buttes trying to wait for someone with a good quirk to intervene while he while he was going to die. He looked among the crowd desperately. His pride, his ego, was overpowered by the creeping fear, the feeling of desperation as he begged for someone to help him, to free him from the prison the villainous warden had wrapped him in. He made eye contact with a familiar pair of green eyes. And that was enough for that demon Deku to move when the heroes wouldn't. What was he doing? Hey, stop. You're gonna get yourself killed. He knew that, but his body started to move on his own, rushing to where Kaken was, past the edge of the crowd and past the heroes who failed to stop him. In the chaos of the ravaged ruins scattered of rubble, in the storm of fire and heat, he charged at the abominable villain with only one purpose: to save. What can I do? What can I attack? His eyes immediately drifted to the only solid portions of the sludge villain's body, and he threw his backpack at the eyes. His pen and notebooks scattered out of the open bag. In the stream of objects, one was inevitably going to hit an eye, and it was the corner of a book. The sludge villain reeled back and screeched, loosening its grip on Kaken just enough to expose his friend's mouth and nose, letting him catch enough air to breathe. He climbed up, immediately using as much as strength as he could to try and pry the sludge off Kaken. Deku, he heard him say. What the F dash dot? He gasped. Are you doing? I don't know. My body just started moving on its own. Izuku frantically shouted while trying to get the sludge off him. You just looked at me and... He was reminded of all the times Kaken beat him down. When he learned the world wasn't equal, when he knew pain at the age of 4, both mentally and physically. And for as much as Kaken was a source of admiration, he was also one of torment, no matter how much Izuku wanted to deny it. But all of that was forgotten when he locked eyes with Kaken and moved to. And I wanted to save you. Unfortunately, the sludge villain quickly recovered and started to move, encroaching upon Kaken's cheeks and even began to latch onto his legs and arms. Oh no. You're dead. As the sludge villain declared, he felt something tug at the back of his uniform and he saw a hand in black gloves extend past him, grabbing Kaken's collar before the sludge could fully engulf most of his body once more. He turned slowly to see a person standing behind him, clothed in the black cape atop the black robes decorated with honeycomb patterns, wearing a black metal helmet with no visible eye sockets or slits in its faceplate, adorned on her head under the hood of the robes zicked up. This brings up such a dreaded memory, that it was just to clean up a distortion, an impurity that sought to devour the city. Befitting of its rank, it felled and assimilated even the claws and the Arbiter sent against it. That I was the second Arbiter tasked to take care of it, and the last when I saw the familiar face embedded in its disgusting, vile form. Athena wrenched Midoriya and Bakugo away, tossing them away on a flat pavement far from the iron bars sticking out of the rubble and near the line of heroes in front of the crowd as she jumped away from the disgusting conglomerate of viscous mass. It was rough, but they'll live. You. Who are you? Fairy word to life, and it sliced apart the tendrils of sludge sent at her. T-Corp's singularity was next on the line of activation, stealing away the time of the droplets of sludge severed from the villain and suspending them mid-air before they could even fall on her. DMNU. More spears of sludge were sent at her while the mass on the ground converged on her. But they never came. As space was ripped apart, eviscerating the approaching waves of sludge threatening to get close to her. Massive cuts and ruptures were carved into existence, slicing through the concrete and asphalt while tearing apart the massive target in front of her. No way. Outright destroyed. She raised her hand at the entity, a smile breaking out underneath the admittedly shoddy mask she hid her face in, her yellow eyes gleaming with malice and sadistic glee. No words could express how much this revolting individual had earned her ire. The vitriol this man had garnered from her was enough to shut down the signature verbosity of an arbiter, so that she could fully focus on drawing out catharsis at his pain. In a desperate move to try to land even a single hit, he sent as many of his revolting muck at her as he could, parting the air with their sharp tips. Only for Fairy to meet them once more, yellowish slashes tearing them apart as the singularity opened. What? She raised her hand, golden light glowing out even in the smoldering pits of flames ravaging around them. Her cape and robes began to flutter under the aggressive wind and the raging roars of flames. But such expressions of wrath paled in comparison to the charging power of Shockwave. And unlike the last time, it activated. A powerful, blinding yellow flashed against everyone's eyes as an ear-shattering blast reverberated through the air. Gravity descended upon the mass of thick fluid with the wrath of an arbiter. It wasn't as powerful as she hoped with the little amount of time spent to charge it up, but it was enough to splatter this rabble through the ruins made by his own actions. Her cape flew across the wind behind her while her robes merely fluttered. She raised her hand at the top of her hood to keep it layered above her helmet. As the furious wind died down, she saw one eyeball roll down her foot, brimming with life. A part of her wanted to squash it. But with her student watching, definitely knowing it was her because of her Arbiter uniform, she wasn't going to kill this filthy man. He wasn't worth the trouble of shaking her connection with her student. Count this your lucky day, she aggressively thought while walking past it. You live to see another. Hey, wait. Before the hero could finish his sentence, she had already vanished with a gust of wind as a testament to her speed. After that, things settled down. Backdraft sprinkled the fire down. The heroes held the crowd at bay in the midst of the aftermath, trying to calm the media down while What you did was reckless. There was absolutely no need to put yourself in danger. He looked down at the ground shamefully. Death Arms berated him, as he probably deserved, while he sat down listening to the hero. But, get off his but, you dumbfuck. Kaken stepped in, pointing at Death Arms who stuttered. What? The vocal nature of Kaken had drawn the attention of others, both heroes and civilians. While you effing idiots were sitting up your buttes, it took his butt and a vigilante to save me. Kaken bellowed, coughing out some bits of the sludge before continuing. I don't care what FING quirks you guys have. You all just sat there like useless sheets, while I was nearly effing dying. He scowled at Death Arms. Go F yourself and F off. Beach my age did more sheet than you sackless weasels ever did for me. Wait for the right quirk. He didn't even use a effing quirk, you moron. He didn't know how much this day was surprising Izuku, but it never seemed to stop. And it didn't even stop there. On his way to Dagoba Beach, Kaken had rushed at him and shouted, Oi Death! Just so you know, you aren't getting the top spot from me, but if ANG demand it. If you don't go to you today and become a hero, I'll kill you. And then, he started to walk away before Izuku could even say anything. But if I don't go to you and become a hero, he'll kill me. Does that mean he believes I can be a hero? Something broke him out of his thoughts, a hand patting his fluffy hair. He blinked, turning to his side to see Athena, adorned in her other outfit, side-eyeing him, unimpressed and disappointed. She was the one who beat the sludge villain, even if nobody else but he knew. Athena-san. Refrain from committing such an act again. Athena firmly said. He flinched when her tone was utterly serious, her face devoid of the usual smile he always saw on her face. I am aware of the ramifications in your endeavors to become a hero, but it was worrying to receive a message of you rushing into danger. Sorry. Izuku stuttered out. It's just. He clenched his fists. Kaken looked like he needed help and then. My body moved on its own. He raised a fist, glaring at it. But even then, it wasn't enough. I need to get stronger, I need to become more powerful. His mind flashed to the time the sludge villain was trying to hijack his body, powerless and helpless before All Might intervened. If I'm going to be fighting those types of villains. He looked down, closing his eyes. Could he even be a hero, if that was what he was going to face? After what All Might said, after what he had suffered today, after what he had failed to try to do. It wasn't him that saved himself, it was All Might. It wasn't him that saved Kaken, it was Athena. Not even All Might believed he could be. But Athena. And even maybe Kaken do. He just didn't know anymore. Let's go, little hatchling. Athena grabbed his wrist and started to softly tug him away. Your training will be postponed for tomorrow. After the endeavor you've suffered today, mentally and physically, you are in need of rest and recuperation. Yes, he needed it. Didn't he? If it's any consolation, Athena said, you were a hero greater than the ones who just stood frozen when you ran to the pleas of the helpless. A tear ran down his cheek. Yo, Athena, how is it going? Upon hearing Gyron's voice, she stopped assembling a gauntlet on a table of the warehouse, one that was black and appeared rusted, meant to cover an entire arm. Her eyes briefly shifted to the 3 tubes, 2 of them holding the deceased bodies in stasis, waiting to be brought back to life before turning away and over to the villain, walking in, carrying a suitcase on one hand. I have been okay, Gyron. She answered with a smile. How about your day? I'm sure you must have enjoyed it. It's fine. Gyron said. I came here because a client of mine wants to order your restoration serums, 5 of them. He stopped before her and placed the suitcase down. This is your payment. Return tomorrow, same time. Athena said before turning back and returning to tinkering with the gauntlet, not bothering to look at the payment. I'll have 5 of the serums ready by then. Gotcha. He turned to the 3 chambers, specifically holding the 1 man and 1 woman in the liquid illuminating out the color of green from the glass. So, when are you gonna wake them up? Is there a reason why you seek to know the awakening of my claws, Gyron? Athena asked, not looking away while her eyes carefully and precisely watched over the production of the gauntlet. I just got to know. He shrugged with a grin. I'm a broker. Of course, I'm gonna get information as best as I can. That they'll be awakened soon, after I finish their gauntlets and helmets. Athena explained. But they won't be in combat until I create and implement their augmentations. Augmentations? Gyron mumbled. You can make people physically stronger. I ask you not to advertise that fact. Athena turned to him with a threatening smirk. Gotcha, gotcha, boss lady. Gyron hurriedly shook his hands in front of him with a smirk. Keep my mouth tied about augmentations? Fine by me. She sighed. Though it has only been days, Gyron has proven to be reliable and followed through with what he said and what he was tasked to do. But there were, of course, things that Gyron was not privy to, and she didn't plan to let him be in the know. The mediocre replica of life insurance was one of them, and so were the status of her slumbering claws and awakened beholder. How is the kid, by the way? Gyron snapped her out of her thoughts. He was in the mess with the sludge villain, right? She turned away from him to hide her frown. A part of her was still annoyed that she couldn't kill the villain without jeopardizing her connection with her student. He seems to have taken a blow in his resolve to be a hero. Athena raised a small plate of the metal meant for the gauntlet. He still has the drive to train himself, but I believe that doubt within his very self has returned since that day. And she wonders just what happened. Was it the encounter with the sludge villain that illuminated how powerless he was? She would have thought he would use that experience to better himself. But she doubted it. He must have already known that he would be heavily outmatched, even if he were to become a hero. He should have seen enough villain battles in person to know just how dangerous it would be for him, yet he still marched on. Something else had struck his resolve, and she detested how she was in the dark on what it was. Bye, Kaken. Whatever, Deku. Izuku chuckled while waving at him as he walked off. After the sludge villain incident, Kaken softened up to him. Even if he was still loud and rude, he can tell he was much nicer. He went through the same route as he normally did. Even though the sludge villain first ambushed him under the bridge, the memory of All Might saving him had softened his trepidation of it. It didn't stop him from walking faster whenever he did arrive at the bridge. He continued to walk, clutching his bag in excitement for training as always. But when he made it to the bridge, he froze. Hello, young man. All Might, in his emaciated form, greeted him. Do you have a minute? I would like to talk with you. Sure. Even though Izuku's admiration for All Might had admittedly lowered, he knew the hero meant well in his answer. He was still a fan of All Might. What do you need, All Mig? Please, call me Yagi in this form. All Might Yagi raised a hand, cutting him off. Walk with me, young man. Yagi turned his back on Izuku and started walking. He hurriedly caught up to him, practically containing himself from bursting out in happiness at walking beside his idol. I sought you out because I believe I made a mistake. Yagi-san started. On that rooftop, you asked me if you could become a hero, even without a quirk. And he paused for a brief moment before continuing. I told you. I foolishly told you that you couldn't, only for you to prove me wrong on that same day. All Yagi-san, it's all right. Izuku tried to reassure the man, shaking his hands in front of him. You were just looking out for me. He looked at his hands. When I faced that sludge villain head-on, I think I understood why you told me I couldn't be a hero. But you could be. Yagi-san said. You ran straight into danger to save someone. You had no quirk, no power, yet you rushed in when we, the heroes, froze. He clenched his fists. Tell me, young man, what did you think when you rushed in to save that poor boy? I didn't think. Izuku said. He looked like he needed help. And then my body moved on its own. There are stories. After Izuku had finished, Yagi started. He listened, wondering what story the man at the top of society would share. Of great heroes, those whose hearts compelled them to confront the faces of death and danger. Do you know what all of them said? What did they say? He had a feeling he knew the answer, but he just had to hear it. That their bodies moved on their own. Yagi-san said, that is why, young man, I believe I was wrong, and I believe that you yourself can be a hero. His heart started to swell, tears welling up in his eyes, but he pushed them in, clenching his fists. I just don't know, Yagi-san. His mind flashed back in that alley when he clawed his hands against the thick muck trying to save Kaken from his fate. I thought about it myself, but I just don't know if I can face something like that again. It took a vigilante stepping in to save us. It felt like I lost and had to be bailed out to live. That is normal. Izuku raised his sight at Yagi-san, who stopped in front of him. The media glosses over this, and I haven't shown even a sign of defeat, but it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Sometimes, heroes lose, the challenge they take on is too much and beyond what they were capable of. I myself was one of those heroes. He gasped at the admittance of defeat. For as long as he could remember, All Might had never lost, but the tabloids aren't to blame because I have never been shown to lose ever since I debuted, but I have lost. Yagi-san continued. I wasn't as strong as I was in my prime, or even now. I was like you, wet behind the ears and required training to be stronger. When I was your age, I couldn't do anything to save my mentor, I wasn't strong enough yet to instill the peace you see now. And I was so inadequate and weak that I had to flee to America to hone my strength because my homeland was too dangerous for me back then. He raised his hand. But I am not the only example. Even before I came to light, you can find stories of the heroes of the Dark Age. Warriors of a forgotten era that lost more than they won, when villains outnumbered and overpowered them in the streets, when even the top 10 would be overwhelmed by the swarm and power of their adversaries, but they still pushed through because the people needed them in those tumultuous times. Yagi-san clenched his fist and narrowed his eyes at him with certainty. I believe you to be no different. Without a quirk, you may just be like them. Heroes who lose more than they win, heroes who find their villains to be stronger than they are, heroes who are always challenged for as long as they are adorned in their costumes, but heroes nonetheless. Then, Izuku murmured, but a hero is not defined by how much they win or how much they lose. They get back up and persevere because there are people in need. They push forward because of their drive to save people. Yagi-san lowered his hand. You may lose, you may find an adversary too strong for you to handle, but as long as you possess the instinct to help, the perseverance to endure, and the drive to save, then. Even in his emaciated form, as Yagi-san smiled, he wasn't too different from his bulked-up form where he served as Japan's symbol of peace. You too can be a hero. And then, once more tears were shed from his eyes. Thank you. Izuku cried out. Yagi-san. Toshinori sighed after he bid the young man a goodbye. He walked away, setting off after fulfilling his objective. One of them he had failed the other. He wanted to use this meeting to propose one for all to the child. But he didn't want to undermine the impromptu speech for the youthful man. He didn't want to drop the legacy of one for all when the young man was setting out to be a hero of his own. A hero that he himself wanted to be so long ago, but a path he had strayed from after inheriting One for All. A quirkless hero. He would have made for a worthy user of One for All, but Toshinori had a feeling that the impact the boy would unleash if he succeeded in his journey would be greater than if he were to inherit One for All. Besides, All for One is dead. Toshinori grimly thought. Even if I die as the last holder without a successor, I wouldn't have to worry. But DMN it, Toshinori sighed. It would be nice to pass it on. Your eyes are red. Athena-san put a hand on the pocket of her trench coat and raised an eyebrow at her student. Did you cry recently? Sorry. Izuku chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his head. It's just. He closed his eyes, his mouth curling into a genuine smile. Oh my. Even he believed I could be a hero. He opened his eyes, staring at Athena with reinvigorated fire. I had doubts after you saved Kakin and I from the sludge villain, but I think I've accepted that I'm going to be outmatched and find myself in that situation again. But as long as I can save people and help them, that's enough for me. She hummed for a second before smiling at him. I am glad your drive to be a hero has reinvigorated. She said, but you won't find yourself in that position if you don't start now. Right. Izuku quickly ran to the trash of the beach, going down the stairs with a reignited resolve. Is that? In the dead of night, a figure moved in the dark chasms of alleyways in between two buildings. The clanking noises of rusted, weary armor rubbing its plates against one another echoed in the shabby valley of buildings. Wind brushed against their tattered white scarf, decorated with torn edges, breezing just mere inches away from their feet. The ground screeched while they scraped their staff, covered in dents and chipped metal, against the ground. Slow, heavy breaths left their mouths, muffled by the black helmet completely covering their head, its two eye sockets masked by darkness. They were stared at by three villains cornering a young man, all of them intimidated by his presence. For his weary dark armor, the scarf far from pristine condition, and an equally tattered weapon, none of them evoked the feeling of a savior. But as they raised their staff from the ground and held it in two hands, one of the villains spoke. Sheet. It's. The vigilante recalled the first time he introduced himself. Oh. I would have been called Starburst if I had finished you, but you can call me Blaze. As soon as they called his name, he dashed forward, swinging his staff against the nearest villain. Oh. He's done it again. Athena tilted her head when hearing her student's words, aimed at a figure with lean build, clad in black worn armor, and a tattered scarf plastered over the screen of the television. Might I inquire over the identity of this individual? Midoriya jumped, remembering that she was standing behind the couch he sat on. Oh, his name is Blaze. He introduced with a smile. He's a vigilante operating in Nuzutafu. A vigilante? She had heard the term in passing, both in her research and the label attached to her generally. It was coined for individuals that took the law by their own hands, but in the definition of this society, it was a type of criminal that carried out the duties of heroes without a license and without the law overseeing them. What do you think of vigilantes, my dear student? Oh, personally, I think vigilantes are generally good people. Midoriya had just started, but she could already hear a but coming from him. But I don't think it's good to follow their footsteps or rely on them to save us. Oh, how so? She leaned forward over the couch, wondering what his thought process was. She wasn't really offended, for all that the media had coined her other self as a vigilante. Midoriya knew she only stepped in for that one instance, her mask a necessity to stop her from being possibly charged with vigilantism. It's for a number of reasons. Even if you didn't count that vigilantism violated the laws. He started rambling, mouthing off his knowledge rapidly that would have outpaced anyone's capacity to listen, but Athena was an arbiter. She has grown used to long philosophical speeches. Point one primary reason is that a vigilante doesn't have a reliable support system, if at all. It's impressive Blaze has gone on for as long as he did, but you can see that he's barely even holding himself together. And as technically criminals, if their identity gets out, which Blaze's has, it would be difficult to live. Another reason is that vigilantes don't answer to a higher authority and only to themselves. The problem with this is that when accountability needs to be called, there's no one to hold them to it other than themselves. Blaze himself has killed a few people under his belt when he was still starting out because the only training he could have received during his first year at U. Athena hummed. Training that he could have received? Do elaborate. She propped her elbow on the couch and rested her chin on her hand. It sounds as if he was admitted into UA but didn't stay for long. I did a bit of research on Blaze. Midoriya explained. His real name is Okada Takao, and he didn't bother hiding it even in his first days of being a hero. He was able to get into the UA hero course before he. A lump on his throat formed before he gulped it down. Was expelled on the first day. Pardon? Athena raised an eyebrow. That is there a specific reason for his expulsion? There were some students of hers that didn't satisfy the head's criteria and standards of what an arbiter should be, leading to their memory being wiped and being expelled either into the city or the outskirts. A part of her always ached whenever a student suffered such fate. And thus, she can't help but be curious about an expelled hero student. Oh, that's the thing. He scratched his head nervously. He wasn't expelled for a reason. Something cracked in her. Were she a bit less composed and capable of reining her temper, her eye would have visibly twitched. Come again. She gripped the couch tightly, but calibrating her strength enough not to tear into it. Did I hear you wrong, or was his expulsion done for no reason? If there was, they didn't give a reason. Midoriya stuttered, shivering at the chilling drop of temperature. But it wasn't just him that was expelled. It was his whole class. But they got re-enrolled the next day. Her anger would have skyrocketed had she failed to notice how unsettled her student was. She sighed, soothing her head. Oh dear. I don't often feel anger, let alone in such intensity. She hummed, driving her anger down. That hit a sore spot. I apologize if you were unsettled. Do you want to talk about it? Midoriya asked. That personal grievance of mine is settled. Do not worry about it. She didn't even know who Blaze was. What was this scathing anger? It grated her nerves that the fate of someone else could invoke such emotion at a high level. Takao sat down in a dilapidated building, worn down from the lack of use and maintenance. Some crevices were formed among the concrete, and the windows lacked the glass barrier shielding the interiors from the outside. The doorways lacked the wooden doors to close off the room. Anyone could walk in on him, just staring at his helmet. His mouth curled into a frown, his eyes burning a deep hole into the helmet with a soulless gaze. You're all expelled. None of you have the potential. Pack your bags and enjoy the rest of your day. You got yourself expelled. I always knew you were a failure. Get the F out of this house. For years, and he could still hear them. He put his hands on his helmet and wore it over his head. Standing up, he whispered while walking out of the room. Are all of you watching? He kept wandering around Mizudafu. He didn't have fixed patrol routes nor any areas he stuck himself to. He simply moved, ensuring that no trouble would pass wherever he walked. However, trouble didn't need to happen for him to spur into action. Sometimes, recognizing a wanted villain was enough to get his attention. Find. Stay back. Energy discs rotating at high speeds shot at him, but their velocity and durability left much to be desired, as he easily dispelled them with singular swings of his staff. No need to be so stiff. He grinned behind his helmet while charging at the villain. I won't be too rough with you. Activating his quirk, the hot air around him expanded rapidly, allowing him to generate the move to push him forward. A gust of wind blew while his armor protected him from the incoming discs slamming into the plates. The villain yelped when he closed the distance, allowing his staff to be within range of slamming it against his cheek. Hey, don't get knocked out yet. Blaze chastised. We're only just getting started. The villain tried to retaliate against the vigilante, but the advantages of a staff against an unarmed person were greatly elevated due to the reach and range difference. Once Blaze was in close quarters, his opponent had no chance as he swung his staff to slam it against his enemy's body, battering it with barrages of blows from the metal stick. Though he was a wanted villain, he couldn't take enough of the beatings after some time. He dropped to the ground with bruises, a body aching with pain and agony. The villain groaned, even more when the staff poked him. You still alive? Blaze said in jest. I didn't hit you too hard, you know. Fine. He groaned out. Just take me to the station already. I'll do that later. Contrary to the villain's expectations, Blaze merely sat down, tossing his staff away and letting it clatter to the ground. I just want to ask, why did you become a villain? Said villain looked at him, staring suspiciously. Why are you asking? I wanted to understand. Blaze said. I didn't become a hero to beat villains up. I mean, I am beating villains up, but that's only if they were hostile first. He chuckled. I became a hero. To save people and help villains be reformed, you know? Reformed? Yep. A laugh ran out of him. That's why all of my kills. He paused, looking down at the ground and clenching his fists. Were accidents. I don't like killing people. It stops them from being given the second chance they deserve. He crossed his arms. I believe people have the capacity to change, and I want them to pursue that change for the better. He removed his helmet from his face and turned to the villain with a smile. A hero told me that villains too are people that just need help. And I want to help them. I want to help you, but I can't do that if I don't understand you. He extended a hand to him. So, will you let me? He didn't always tread the path of vigilantism. Back when he was still a much younger teenager, immature and wet behind the ears, he had the option of heroism to achieve his dream. If it didn't work out, he could always get another. Being a doctor was too hard for him. Being something like a therapist? That was another option. He was even planning to take psychology courses and train himself to be a therapist on the side, so he can start the role of the reformation of some criminals and villains. It was difficult, with an alcoholic father still grieving for his dead wife. You aren't going to amount to anything with that quirk. Or having a quirk that raised his body temperature and needed a defibrillator if he pushed himself too far. But those were challenges he decided to weather through, so long as he could achieve his dreams. He had taken the UA entrance exam, a test to see if he was worthy to enter the fabled school, and he was. He had passed. Granted, he wasn't among the highest in the ranks of other kids, but he was still going to stand among the 40 hero students of the top hero school. His father felt indifferent to it, ignored news of his success, but he carried on because he wanted to pull his father out of the miserable grief he had yet to escape. He wanted his father to change. And UA was the beginning of the end. You're all expelled. He heard his homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda, announce while standing in front of the field after the quirk apprehension test. Despite the sunny day at the time, that was the coldest he had ever been. Everyone froze, still as statues, while he felt shivers crawl down his spine. None of you have the potential. Pack your bags and enjoy the rest of your day. What? Was what he had said when he saw himself standing back at the entrance, having moved in a daze with his mind still processing what just happened. He saw a boy break down crying, someone from his class, and he immediately moved, kneeling down. Hey, are you okay? Okay. After what happened, you think I'm just okay? The boy let out in an outburst, sniffing and wiping his snot with the sleeves of his former school. Takao remembered that boy. He took note of his should-be classmates too. After all, expulsions held enough weight to crush a future when it dropped. So when he got kicked out by his father and descended into vigilantism, he tried to check up on his classmates while prowling about. The first was a girl with red hair. They met while the latter sat in a train station, waiting for her train. I was wondering why some of us were missing. She said, we got re-enrolled the next day, you know? Brought us back in after he dropped that expulsion on us. Seriously? Takao murmured in disbelief. I could have gotten back if my dad just waited for a day? What did your dad do? Did he kick you out? He gave me the effing boot, all right. Takao sighed. And I don't have any living relatives, none that my dad made me know of, anyways. He ran a gloved hand down his face. So, now I'm here, being a demon vigilante while doing chores for a broker to get by. That there's still a black mark in our records, you know? He whipped his head over to the girl, blinking in shock. It's not really much better than your situation. Just holding off the inevitable. The girl crossed her legs, scowling with scorn. The moment we graduate, that DM Mark is gonna haunt us even as heroes. He made contact with the rest of the students that should have been his classmates, but none of them wanted to speak about Aizawa or repeated the same thing that girl did. He tried to his best, did as much as he can, even if it wasn't much as a vigilante. Now, here he was. After talking to the villain and turning him in, he continued to walk the shadows of the valley of the alleyways. The blue eyes hidden beneath his helmet had dimmed its brightness, a pair of diamond orbs that had lost its shine. He was just so tired. Athena placed the last serum of greenish liquid into the suitcase, closing it with an audible click. A sigh left her mouth soon after. She wasn't in the mood to finish the gauntlet, not after being reminded of her expelled students, the prospects of which could have been arbiters but failed to make the cut. It seemed her claws would have to wait some more until she awakened them from their slumber at the bed of death. If it was bothering her so much, then loyalty. She called out. Reallocate some of your birds keeping an eye on Midoriya Izuku and find Blaze, otherwise known as Okada Takao. Understood. Came the robotic reply of the beholder upstairs. He grunted as he turned on the defibrillator, slightly jolting at the shock, returning his heartbeat to normal again. After performing the defibrillator on himself, he removed it from his chest and exhaled a relieved sigh. Takao rubbed his chest, breathing steadily. He basked in the silence, sinking into the peace where he was resting, recuperating from his self-imposed duties. Unfortunately, his moment of peace was disturbed by a gray-haired man in a purple suit, strolling in with a smile. "Yo, Blaze. I hope you're doing well." "What now, Jiren?" He groaned. As much as he wanted to turn the villain in, the broker was the only one keeping him afloat. It was sad he was what he relied on in everything: the weapon, armor, materials for defibrillator. "Gee, you gotta take care of your stuff." Jiren smirked. "Anyways, enough about that. I have a villain for you to catch." "What is it?" He leaned forward. "Recently, the package being delivered to my client was ambushed by a villain going by the name Dracula." Takao rolled his eyes with a mirthful grin. "Let me guess, a vampire quirk?" "Yeah." Jiren laughed at how quickly it was guessed, further highlighting how unoriginal the name was. "Anyways, I want my package back. My client won't be happy if I let it be lost." "Fine, I'll get your stupid package for you." Izuku walked in the hallways of Aldera, a bit at ease now that Kaken had actually stopped targeting him or even anyone else. His smile was more genuine now, and he didn't feel the need to look over his shoulder at any given moment. He stopped in front of his locker and unlocked it with a key, opening it to rummage through the books needed for the next subjects. That was until he saw the door of the locker be pushed, and he yelped while retracting his hands to avoid the door of the locker closing in on him. It clicked shut with a loud clang, a hand atop of it laying with firm force pressing upon its surface. Can I help you?" Izuku stuttered at two of his schoolmates. He knew they were third years, but he hadn't been able to meet them or knew their names. "What's got you so happy, you quirkless runt?" The one laying a hand on the locker practically snarled out despite smiling maliciously. "Walking with a smile like that psees me off, like you think you have a place when you're just... Oi." A hand landing on his shoulder and the easily recognizable voice had halted him in his tracks. The other student that had accompanied the one confronting him had froze when Bakugo Katsuki walked over and stepped in. "What the F do you think you're doing?" Rather than be afraid, he grinned. "I'm just teaching Midoriya his place. You haven't really done it yourself these past few days, so..." Kaken suspended his palm in front of his face and didn't even give him time to process before igniting it in a blinding light and a deafening explosion. The poor guy staggered back and hit his head on his locker. Kaken grabbed his collar, pulled him, and slammed him back to his locker, denting its door slightly. The hallway stopped in shock, just as he had, watching Kaken stop someone from hurting him. "Let's get one Fanji thing straight, you DMN extra." Kaken scowled. "The only one allowed to put Deku in his place is me. You got that?" "Why yeah." He nodded frantically, trying to blink away the stars in his eyes. F off." Kaken tossed him aside and allowed his friend to carry him out. Noticing the stares, Kaken bellowed. What are you extras looking at? Mind your own demon business. They all dispersed their attention, even leaving the hallway Baron to avoid being on sight with Kaken. Izuku watched him click his tongue and start to walk off. Grow at his spine, Deku. You can't be a hero without it. Kaken. Izuku murmured under his breath. He didn't reply. Izuku sighed while sitting on the stairs of the beach. The mountains of waste in front of him didn't seem to be getting smaller anytime soon, and it always wilted at his morale. But he didn't need to finish it in time for the entrance exam. He could continue doing so even after. Their goal was to build his body after all. That was the only thing keeping him going, along with helping the community and gifting them the view of Dagobah Beach. Water. Athena-san dangled a bottle of water in front of him, and he didn't hesitate to take it, opening the cap. Thanks. You are welcome, little hatchling. Her nickname still made him feel embarrassed. It made him feel small and vulnerable, which may not be too far from describing him. While you are on break, I feel the need to start discussing your arsenal is imperative so that I may start there procuring them early. Arsenal? Do you mean my gear? Izuku mumbled before chuckling. Oh. I can't punch hard without some equipment, so. A finger flicked his forehead, making him shout, ouch! I have not explored the hero industry for much, but even I can tell your fanaticism for the #1 hero and your attempt to be his clone. He rubbed his head while staring at Athena, wondering what she was talking about. Even if you had his phenomenal power, it is not very productive for your progress to imitate anyone, even an old symbol deteriorating against the rivers of time as his age eventually catches up to him. He flinched. He thought she found out about All Might's injury before realizing she was likely referring to his age. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but he had to remember underneath all the godly power, All Might was still a human. An identity is one of the greatest gifts for humanity to possess. Our names distinguish our existences. Our deeds and actions are dictated by the mindset we hold. Our character is defined by the ideals and principles we live by. She said, humanity is abundant in blank slates, identities to be filled with experience, knowledge, wisdom, intelligence, and so much. But I am rambling, and if I continue any longer, we may lose so much time. She knelt before him, stooping down to his eye level. The point is, while it is admirable you wish to be like him, don't try to be All Might. Once more, she flicked his forehead, but this time, it was as weak as a poke, rather than generating enough force to sting. Because the role of All Might is already taken, and so is the role of everyone else. The only role left for you to play in the grand stage of life is you. When you step into the eyes of the world as a hero, no one is looking at you as All Might, the symbol of peace, but as Midoriya Izuku, the first Quirkless hero. Izuku slightly opened his mouth, looking at Athena-san while processing her words. She was. Right? As much as he wanted to emulate All Might, he couldn't do so. Who are you? He winced when Athena-san asked that question before the real intent clicked in, especially after factoring her earlier speech. He smiled at her. I am Midoriya Izuku, an aspiring Quirkless hero. Blaze carefully moved in the shadows of the abandoned mansion. The wood of the dilapidated house creaked ominously, making every second he spent unnerving, but with years of experience, his will and grit was as hardened as steel. He ran through the alleyway, uncaring of the noises of his scraping armor. With the intel given to him by Jiren, he had a small window of pursuing his target before he was lost for a long while once more. He drew his staff and turned around a corner, surprising the vampire holding the suitcase, Jiren's package. Dracula, Blaze started. I would prefer we don't come to blows. Then what other method of settling our impromptu conflict do you offer, Blaze? The villain glared at him, putting the case down. A dialogue. Blaze said, I don't know why you became a villain, but that's why I want to talk. So I can understand and help you. Talk? You propose words to settle our dispute. He scoffed. I have heard this enough from the heroes. I will not be taking it. Suddenly, his form expelled out smoke. Not long after, a bat flew towards him. Blaze quickly heated the gas around him. deterring the vampire from getting closer in his more mobile but vulnerable form. Dracula transformed back into his original form, expunging out smoke as his arm powered through the barrier of heated air and swung his claws at Blaze, who blocked it with his staff. Metal and talons collided to ignite sparks in the first clash, signifying the escalation into combat. Dracula pushed his arm forward to grab at Blaze's head, but the vigilante struck it with his staff. The villain hissed and stepped back, retreating from the vigilante's whirling staff. Blaze charged forward while Dracula grabbed the lid of a garbage can and threw it at him. The vigilante batted it aside with his staff and swung it towards Dracula. The vampire growled while sidestepping and ducking away from the staff. The weapon was a bigger nuisance than he expected, but a thought made him ponder, how strong was it? As Blaze swung his staff, he raised his hand and caught the metal stick, stopping it in its tracks. Before the vigilante could pull it back, Dracula gripped it harder until the steel bent out of shape. Using his superior natural strength, he hurled it out from Blaze's grip and tossed it aside before charging forward. Blaze raised his hands, but Dracula had managed to grab him by the head. The vampire proceeded to drag him across the concrete walls of the building, carving a path on the dull gray surface. But Blaze had raised his hand on his face and ignited a small hot explosion, making him loosen his grip and flinch back with a roar of pain. The vigilante pulled the fist from his helmet and rolled away from Dracula while sending waves of superheated air against the villain. Dracula grunted with each hot gas slamming against him, igniting the flames across his clothes. In a haste, he tore off his shirt into pieces, revealing the pallid skin of his muscles. Enough! He charged forward, regardless of the heat being slammed against him. Surprisingly, Blaze was all too eager to meet his charge. They engaged in hand-to-hand combat, but each blow that met each other drew hisses out of Dracula. The superheated gas following every blow made every exchange painful. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed Blaze's head once more, enduring the hissing steam coming from it and slamming the vigilante's head into the pavement. Dust and debris kicked up while he sank Blaze's head in the ground before tossing him forward. The vigilante tumbled across the ground, eliciting grunts from him. He stood up, his body shaking from the agonizing stings running through his body. A gust of wind blew as Dracula covered the distance in a dash, sending a punch with his momentum boosting it. Blaze raised his arms, blocking the blow, but it sent him flying no less while the weary gauntlet shattered in a sickening shockwave. He drove his feet against the pavement, sliding away from Dracula while his arms shook with pain and shock. Holy shit, you hit FNG hard. Dracula smirked at Blaze's comment. It is unfortunate you came to strike me while in the shadows of the alleyway. While the sun provides its accursed but beautiful sunshine, it does weaken me greatly. He chattered. But here, in the territory of the dark, I am strengthened. Not as much as I am in the night, but it will do. The vampire surged to the battered vigilante. Blaze breathed in and out, his body heat rising while dodging Dracula's attacks. He weaved against slashes of his claws and punches of his fists until the vampire managed to land a lucky kick on his ankle, messing up his footing. Blaze tried to recover, but Dracula was already on the attack. His palm flew and pierced his abdomen, drawing out blood while its sharp nails sank, driving his hand further until his forearm burst through his back. Dracula grinned while the vigilante gasped out. This was it. This little scuffle had finally come to an end. Blaze shoved his hand on his face and ignited a powerful shockwave as the very air exploded with scorching heat. Dracula screamed in agony while fire lit up across his hair, making him swing his arm and throw the vigilante to the ground. He started to roll while patting his face, trying to put the fire out. Eventually, it died down, dispelled in smoke with embers of a snuffed-out flame oozing from his head. A pitiful attempt to take me with you. Dracula snarled. The vampire stepped forward, his scowl showing his fangs. You are impressive, Blaze. You have stood for so long even as time wilts you down, and you can barely hold yourself together, but you have merely encountered low-rate scums who can't even hold a candle to the D-rank heroes. He crossed his arms while looking down on Blaze, watching him push himself up to sit and clutch his stomach. You maybe have been able to hold me better in your prime, but you have quickly grown out of it too soon, and now you are a mere shade of yourself that would inevitably cave when you face a stronger villain. I can see why Garon had perished. Suddenly, Dracula was split in half, widening his eyes. Both halves of himself dropped against the ground, splattering the asphalt and concrete with a new layer of blood washed on top. Blaze blinked behind his helmet and registered the new presence that had appeared behind the halved vampire. To us, the same vigilante from the sludge incident that had gone viral. She had the same black attire with golden honeycomb patterns decorating them, but something was different. Her hands were encased in black gauntlets rather than gloves, shimmering with bits of white light reflecting from them. Verbosity truly leaves a glaring opening for a fatal strike to pass through. She said, But it seems you have suffered such a strike before I arrived. Oh, are you? Blaze murmured out with a weak voice, yet she knew what he was asking of her. Aegis. You may call me Aegis. The newly identified Aegis responded. She walked over to him and knelt before him. He let out a smile and chuckled. If you intended to save me, well, I don't think I'm gonna live much longer. He laid down fully to the floor, exhaustion and lethargy finally washing over him. Idiamin saw this coming. I'm surprised I even managed to last this long. Dracula was right. Sooner or later, I was gonna find a FING bigger fish in this pond. Blaze closed his eyes, hearing nothing but the wind as he felt the burning, searing pain of the wound on his abdomen, blood leaking out and staining the black shirt underneath his jaded armor. And you have done admirably and wonderfully. He felt his heart swell at his fellow vigilante's praise. Before you go, do you mind telling me a story of yourself? Myself? I have heard much of your time during your journey as a vigilante, but I want to hear more from you. He paused for a moment before smiling underneath his helmet. All right, let me tell you. He could feel the tears begin to well up in his eyes as he tried his best to recall his story. We'll start at the reason my journey as a vigilante began. You're all expelled. None of you have the potential. Pack your bags and enjoy the rest of your day. It all started with that faded line that sent him spiraling down. That day was blurry. His memory of it was jaded, but as he was leaving, he could still remember glimpses of his classmates. Some had teary faces, shedding tears at the end of their dreams, and others had stoic, blank faces, yet each side conveyed misery and despair through their own ways. He was no different. From the bottom of his heart, he wanted to cheer them up, but it was below an ocean of endless sorrow pouring into his soul. That would always be my most painful memory, only below my accidental kills. I believed, and always will, that people can change for the better, but even I wanted nothing more than for my teacher to just end himself. I ended up scolding myself for thinking like that, but can you blame me after that experience? He was snapped out of his thoughts outside the gate of UA by a teary soul, sniffing and sobbing. He saw a boy hugging his backpack and collapse while crying. He had approached the boy, kneeling down. Hey, are you okay? Okay. Do I look okay to you? The boy let out in an outburst and stood up, running away. Leave me alone. Wait. Takao reached out a hand to the boy before putting it down, standing up with tears getting ready to streak across his cheek, but he held it in. That I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? He whirled to a pink-haired girl staring at him blankly. He opened his mouth, taken aback. You're not the one who needs to apologize. She turned to stare at the H building past the gate with apathy. It's him. I didn't know it back then, but if I did, I would have tried my best to save both of them as best as I could. You got yourself expelled? His sober father stood up, taking a step and carelessly knocking over a bottle on the floor. I always knew you were a failure. Get the F out of this house. A part of his heart stung, but he held on, going to his room to pack his things. But as he would eventually find out, even that would be disregarded later on. I hope you will change your ways one day, Dad. Takao said as his parting words before leaving through the door, tears shedding as he made his way into an alleyway sobbing. My dad wasn't always like that, but after my mom died in a car accident, He turned to alcoholism, and his worries about my quirk being a huge detriment gradually turned into general distaste for trying so hard to keep me alive. And probably because I took after my mom in looks more than him. My quirk allowed me to superheat gases, but if I pushed myself too far, I'd need a defibrillator to keep me stable. So when I tried to become a hero, he only doubled down harder, and when I got expelled from the greatest hero school. I guess he finally snapped since I was such a big failure I couldn't avoid Venji up even the first day. In the dark of night, he put on a white mask with 2 eye sockets that showed his blue eyes and pulled a pair of gloves on his hands. That same day, I got kicked out. I decided to be a vigilante to pursue my dreams and survive if I couldn't be a hero to do just that. But since I didn't have any training, Takao stared in horror as the villain before him screamed in agony, his form engulfed by the fury of fire that ignited as a result of his quirk. His cries for help were etched into his mind. His painful demise was embedded into his memories through his eyes. There would be some accidents. One of my later regrets was working with a villain named Jiren. I'm ashamed to say I had to rely on him as a support network, but I had no other choice since he was the only one paying me for my services and supplying me with gear. Eventually, I would be able to avoid making any fatal accidents. I mostly stuck to the lowest grade thugs to hone my skills and teach myself before going for the stronger ones. Of course, none of them were as strong as Dracula, even in my so-called prime. While I was running around as a vigilante, outside of my armor, I managed to meet one of my former classmates at UA. I recognized her. She recognized me. It was hard to forget that day, I guess. You. She muttered. You should have been one of my classmates at UA, right? Yeah. Takao sighed. I guess you'd remember if I would. It's hard to forget that day. He crossed his arms. How are you doing? I'm doing fine. She sighed and leaned on the bench of the train station, waiting. For now. How about you? Fine, as a vigilante, anyways. Takao said. A vigilante? She murmured. I was wondering why some of us are missing. Did you know he re-enrolled us back in after dropping that expulsion on us? Seriously? After a small pause, Takao expressed his disbelief. If his dad was just drunk or waited for a day. I could have gotten back if my dad just waited a day? What did your dad do? Did he kick you out? He gave me the effing boot, all right. Takao sighed. And I don't have any living relatives, none that my dad made me know of, anyways. He ran a gloved hand down his face. So, now I'm here, being a demon vigilante while doing chores for a broker to get by. That there's still a black mark in our records, you know? He whipped his head over to the girl, blinking in shock. It's not really much better than your situation. It's just holding off the inevitable. The girl crossed her legs, scowling with scorn. The moment we graduate, that demon mark is gonna haunt us even as heroes. Despite the implications of her statement, I was the only one that went vigilante. I found out that the rest of the missing ones had killed themselves. And the deaths of my 1A wouldn't end at the suicides of those students. I suspected it, but her last statement had made me dread what it actually meant, and I would find out years later, months after they graduated. Kinoshita-san. He banged on the door of the apartment of that same classmate he met on the train station years ago. If you won't answer the demon door, I'm barging in. He took several steps back before jumping forward and moving his foot through the door, breaking it off its hinges and sending it down. He rushed in, only to find a body dangling on the living room. He took off his helmet, letting his black hair be brushed by the breeze while his blue eyes narrowed. It. Society wasn't perfect, especially this one. Quirks made it easier to put people in a box of stereotypes they have to fit, but that didn't mean there weren't other things people used to do that. Those black marks from our expulsions did all of us in. It pulverized our futures, ended some of our lives early on, and ruined them entirely. People don't realize it, but they are heavily judgmental, and a hero from UA, the most influential school on par with the HPSC, assigned a black mark? Obviously, that hero can't be trusted much, if at all. It didn't matter if the circumstances were because of a callous teacher, deciding our futures on his arbitrary standard of potential. That black mark exists, telling the world that this person, this so-called hero, isn't to be trusted on. I don't know any of my classmates' salary, but I can imagine they weren't enough for rent and food. Eventually, maybe they realized living this life wasn't worth it and decided to end the torment. Go! A hero shouted, clad in a white suit with yellow sparks decorating it like lightning as he charged forth against an imposing, towering villain with muscle fibers clad around his body. I'll hold him off, Okada-san. As payback for everything you've done as a vigilante while we were in class, now get that girl out of here. He had, ashamedly, ran while the little girl in his arms breathed fast. Some probably didn't care about their lives while they died in a blazing glory of sacrifice. No, don't do it. Takao bolted forward, eyes widened as the man at the edge of the rooftop took one step back. He jumped forward while reaching his hand out, trying desperately to grab him, but before he was even close, the former hero student had already fallen out of sight to plummet to his doom. Takao fell on the surface, just a moment away from the edge. He crawled over to it, peering down with a gasp as his eyes registered the broken body on the sidewalk, painting the asphalt red as the people on the ground screamed. He cried near the shoes beside him. Others simply decided to end it all themselves. Eventually, I would be left alone. The last of my 1A, and I doubt I would live for long. Eventually, I'll fall, as I barely keep myself together. That's the most I can tell you. Blaze pushed out as best as he could to the listening Aegis. Pushing his helmet and removing it from his face, he smiled as he felt himself gradually weaken, tossing away the helmet to reveal tears essaying down his eyes like a fountain. Honestly, as much as I want Aizawa to change, I've accepted I'm gonna hate him and his guts forever even if he did. But if you were given the chance to kill him, would you? Blaze barked a laugh. No. I don't want to. I hate him, I resent him, but I want him to change for the better. He closed his eyes. But since I'm going to die without seeing that, if it even will happen, I'm going to die with this shitty memory of him in my mind, and I hate that. He opened his eyes, staring at where Aegis' eyes should be on her mask. I hate how I'll know him as the BSTRD that ruined our lives. I hate how I won't know he's changed or redeemed himself. I hate how the last I'll ever think of him was how he sent some of my classmates to suicide early, and then the rest of them later on, either through self-sacrifice or direct suicide. To us, getting harder to breathe. He looked at Aegis one last time and raised a shaky hand. And now I'm here. He chuckled. Each breath he drew was one breath closer he was to death. It why? What did I do to deserve this? What did we do to deserve this? He wheezed out, sobbing. What did our teacher see in us to ruin our lives and future like this? Why didn't our teacher give us a chance when we were just kids? The smile he tried so hard to put on shattered, just like the man as he broke down in his last moments. Were we not good enough? Did we do something wrong? I don't know. I don't know. His hand dropped to the ground limp as he drew his last breath with his last words, the light in his eyes dimming until it was no longer there and darkness settled. He was a noble man. Athena heard the blood fiend as he stitched his halves together while she hoisted his body in her arms, no longer brimming with life. Despite his upbringing, he did the best he could. Dracula stood up while adjusting himself, recovering from being slashed in half. And that is admirable. It is, isn't it? Her voice, filtered through the mask, expressed her curiosity to him. She had managed to restrain the venom from lacing her words, anger at a teacher she found distasteful, a student who became the squandered product of such distasteful and irresponsible teaching, and the man who killed the student. That I will leave his corpse alone, but I am currently in need of blood, and since you split me in half. He charged, parting the wind in his rush to her with his fangs bared. You will pay me back. The sound of metal rattling reverberated in the alleyway, chains quickly wrapped around his body, stopping him in his tracks. There was a resounding click, yellow light glowing briefly from Dracula's body. There was no superficial change, but the blood fiend couldn't help but think, what did you do to me? With his quirk locked away, the second singularity of warped world to life and ripped space apart. As the chains faded into yellow and black particles, Dracula's upper half slid off the waist, and his lower half collapsed, cut cleanly in two once more. Hoisting Blaze's corpse over her shoulder, she knelt down and grabbed both halves of the dying Dracula, walking out with wrath brewing within her. "What is up with this world?" she murmured while staring into the chamber that held the deceased, slumbering body of Okada Takao. She had thought that the kindness displayed from Midoriya Izuku and his mother would be an exception, or at the very least, rare and nearly unseen. Blaze, or Okada Takao, wasn't as kind as her student, but kind he was, nevertheless. He tried to see the best in everyone, even if they were people he hated. Back in the city, people had killed for much less than something she identified as Blaze's grudge against his teacher. In fact, if someone else had Blaze's resentment, they would try and kill the teacher. They'd claw their way to try and ruin his life before bringing about his demise. So why was Blaze an exception? Humans. So contradictory, so inconsistent, so puzzling and difficult to grasp. But she wasn't irritated. She was having fun learning so much more than what was taught of her. She found it more mesmerizing to absorb knowledge on the field and accumulate experience directly. Though there was fury at the teacher's expulsion methods, there was joy in finding her journey fun and entertaining. She walked off from her spot in front of Blaze's stasis tube. She wondered just what kind of human this teacher was before she put an end to his life. What is humanity? A human carved into a villain by society's hands. Rinth a loyal human. That stood against society. So a loyal human that stood against society. Midoriya is a human of kindness in an unequal world of cruelty. Midoriya, the kind mother of a quirkless dreamer. Okada Takao, the kind vigilante of ruined dreams. Bakugo Katsuki, the insecure boy with ambitions to be the greatest. Aizawa, the failed after text. I don't know who I was. I don't know the person before my awakening. All I knew was that from the moment I opened my eyes on the table I laid on, the first person I saw was a black-haired woman smiling at me, golden eyes shimmering with an emotion I couldn't understand. "Welcome to life, rejection," she said. "I am Athena, an arbiter. Your superior." And that was the first thing I knew. Athena. Rejection sat still where she was told to, her metal arm dangling to the side while her flesh arm rested on her lap. She watched her superior be greeted by a man in some purplish fancy clothes callously. "I didn't expect you to be the one calling for me for an order." The man had grinned at Athena, stopping in front of her. Something about his attitude riled her up, but the only thing stopping her from jumping at him was Athena. "It was only natural I would be a customer eventually, Jiren." She smiled. "There would be things that I want, and I would very much appreciate the procurement of those things." All right, let's cut to the chase." He waved. "What do you want?" "A package of 5 triggers." Athena explained. "That is all." "That's fewer than I thought, but I'm not gonna ask." Jiren barked a laugh. "Not gonna risk you taking my head off. I'm glad we've come to an understanding." After Athena gave him money, he left, presumably to go get her a package. The Arbiter stared where he walked off before turning to Rejection. "How do you feel about him, my dear executioner?" "Feel what?" Felt something, but what was it? Athena simply shook her head, keeping her smile. "It's nothing. You have answered my question." She raised her hand and patted her head softly. "Don't worry about it." So, she didn't worry about it as instructed. Once more, Athena couldn't help but feel disappointment at the product of her version of life insurance. Alas, it was the best she could make in a short time with technology subpar compared to the city and resources that didn't amount to even a fraction to what she once had access to. Well, it didn't matter so long as they could do their job as her killing machines. "Go to sleep," she had told Rejection. "I will call you when you are needed." The Claw nodded and stood from her seat, walking off to doze somewhere as long as it was within the parameters of the warehouse. Her eyes were watching her back, contemplating on what villain she should throw her first claw at for a test drive. She'll ask Jiren at the next opportunity. A few months had gone by. Nothing eventful happened, other than the activation of the first claw, who had yet to be tested. She was more focused on her student's growth, judging whether he was ready for the next set of training. Standing in a clearing on the bundles of garbage, she tossed a metal staff at him in the sand. He had done well in reducing chunks of the mountain of waste, and his efforts were showing. He picked it up and looked at it. "Let's begin your combat training." She folded the trench coat and threw it across the air. Izuku watched with a small bit of awe as it landed smoothly on the stairs. "Assume your stance, O student of mine." He remembered seeing numerous stances in YouTube and tried his best to imitate the one he had been practicing in the bedroom. Gripping his staff with his two hands and adjusting his footing, he assumed his stance. "HM. It could use some work, but it will do. You won't always have a perfect stance in battle." She grabbed the plastic katana stabbed into the sand and twirled it with one hand. "Now then, let's get started." With a gust of wind, Athena's dash kicked back chunks of sand as she charged at him. He yelped and raised his staff to block the plastic blade of the katana slamming down. He struggled to hold back the blade, but the stalemate only lasted for a second before Athena pulled back her katana and slashed through an opening to his left and struck his temple. Ow! First lesson. Binds do not last long without a purpose in their usage, such as the disruption of your opponent's structure. Athena said as she stepped back. Fights are always in motion. If you have entered a bind, it would be best to disengage and attack from a different angle that is open. Like what you did? He rubbed the spot he was struck. It didn't hurt, but he did feel it. Just like what I did. Athena said. You have to keep moving in a fight, trying to exploit any openings that are present before they are defended. She rested the katana's blade on her shoulder. Humans will never be able to plug holes in their fighting, but they will also not be able to see all of them, especially in the heat of battle. She entered a stance, holding her plastic katana in front of her. Now then, I want you to get past my defense. Izuku gripped his staff and nodded at her, rushing at her with a battle cry. He swung his staff at her and she met it with her blade, plastic and metal colliding resounded against their ears, but he planned on where to hit, his eyes spotting an obvious opening to her side. There. He reeled back his staff and performed a swing on her open left, but he didn't account for the fact that her katana had already closed the opening, parrying it back. With his staff on the side, Athena pointed the katana's tip and poked it firmly at his chest, making him stagger back. For your next lesson, combat happens at a pace surpassing thought. He rubbed his chest while explaining. You cannot calculate every movement, every opening, and every ideal scenario. You will be forced to rely on your reflexes, instinct, and muscle memory. She stabbed her katana on the sand and rested a hand on the pommel. We will mostly be training how fast your reflexes are, refine your instincts and your muscle memory, in order to hone the speed of your response in defense and your initiative in offense. How long do you think that's going to take? Izuku chuckled nervously. Athena looked at the sky and hummed. Don't we have all day, since today is Sunday? She pulled the katana out of the sand and pointed it at him with her two hands. Brace yourself, my dear student. I will elevate the speed of my movements for the rest of it. Oh no! For the next few hours with breaks in between, the most Izuku fought was a blurring Athena who moved with speed that made him wonder if he was fighting All Might. Kubo Mayumi sighed after pulling the syringe out. She watched the villain's wounds start to patch up, the serum doing its work as intended. Please, for FS sake, try not to get hurt. Mayumi sighed. I don't want to order a batch of restoration serums too soon. Gotcha, Doc. She knew he was lying when he simply smirked. Thanks again, I owe you one. After receiving the treatment he paid for, he left without much trouble. She settled down on the front desk of her underground clinic. She waited, as is her usual routine whenever nothing was happening in the clinic. She didn't have to wait for long, however. Not long after the villain had left, the bell rang as the door opened. She raised her head up, expecting a patient as she welcomed the newcomer. Welcome to... She stopped her greeting when her eyes landed on who arrived. A baggy black outfit, a gray scarf, black messy hair, and yellow goggles. So you finally come knocking on my doors, huh? His eyes were hidden, but she knew an eyebrow was raised. You recognize me? Who doesn't? Mayumi chuckled at him. Heroes come in all flavors, and not even the underground is safe, especially when you prowl around it. There weren't official designations to identify different types of heroes, other than battle, rescue, and evacuation, but there were unofficial ones for heroes that operated in two different fields. Limelight were heroes that strolled in the public, basking in the light for all to see and register the presence of easily. The light was dangerous for villains to wander. But the underground was equally so, for the heroes underneath it were more ruthless, methodical, quick, and practical. Unlike the heroes who put on a show in the light they bask, the heroes who are shrouded in the darkness sought to destroy their adversaries in the fastest way, for there was no point in directing a show that no one will see. Eraserhead was one of the most prominent figures in such a field, for his quirk took the familiar power on everyone's fingertip, quirks. Then, you know what I'm here for. Eraserhead stepped forward. Your sentence will be lightened if you turn yourself in and hand over your restoration serums. Mayumi raised her hands. All right, just don't beat me up. Izuku groaned while sitting on the stairs, a bit of tears leaving his cheek. Why are you so fast? It makes no sense. Not from what I've seen of your quirk. You haven't even broken a sweat too. Heh. Athena let out a humorous smile, amused. It is a secret of mine, my dear student. One that I am not keen on unpacking even for you. I guess I understand. He sighed out, raising a water bottle on his hand and drinking it. Let us end this off with one more lesson, she said. An important component at that. As someone who will primarily utilize weapons, it is imperative that you learn what to do when you find yourself at a lack of a weapon. She crossed her arms. Hand-to-hand combat is a way to compensate for when you find yourself deprived of a weapon, but I will not be teaching you that today, but something else. When you have finished recuperating, and you have regained your strength, inform me. Izuku stared at her for a moment and nodded. Once he felt he was finally capable of fighting again, he grabbed his staff and stood opposite to Athena. And rushed at her, not waiting for her to start the match. That's good. She commented while easily evading his strikes, dodging them while her plastic katana dangled on her hand. Taking the initiative and making sure the tempo is not handed to me, I'm glad you've managed to grasp it so quickly. He tried to hit her, but her superior speed and mobility continued to outmaneuver him. Every time he hit her was nothing but air or the solid barrier of her plastic katana. As he dashed to her and brought his staff down, she disappeared and he hit nothing but the sand, generating the force to kick them up. He felt her push her weight on his back. But what if that weapon of yours has been removed from your hand? Izuku whirled to his back quickly while performing a wide swing, but Athena simply moved around it while striking his wrist. The force weakened his grip on the staff, letting Athena pull it out of his hand, tossed it aside while kicking him back, sending him rolling through the sand with grunts. He pushed himself up, glaring at her. Once he saw her figure blur, he rolled aside to avoid the katana. He needed to find a way to get his staff back or try to fight her head-on. But she had reiterated that even if there were unarmed fighters that could win against armed ones, the simple fact is that fighting a swordsman unarmed is an incredible disadvantage. He couldn't block the blade, all he could do is dodge. He couldn't breach the defense, for the swiftness of the sword would intercept him. He couldn't close the distance simply because the reach and range difference was too big. Clearly unarmed combat wasn't the lesson she was imparting. As he hurriedly dodged Athena's katana, being barely able to avoid the blade, he tried to think, if not unarmed combat, that meant. His eyes briefly scanned the garbage around him, and he believed he formed an idea on what she was trying to convey. Ducking under her slash and rolling forward, he rushed and randomly picked an object from the garbage, a pipe. He turned around to face Athena and instinctively raised his pipe to block the sword. He staggered back while raising his pipe with two hands, widening his footing and pressing one foot back. Athena smiled and stopped attacking. Good. Very good. While your main weapon will be better, refined and deadlier in a manner than most makeshift weapons provided by your environments, being able to find and wield them is an important aspect. So, did I pass this one? Izuku stuttered out while breathing rapidly, trying to catch his breath. Yes. He collapsed on the sand in relief with a sigh, finally glad that the training session was over. He could still feel the aching burns across the body. And Athena's small, but amused chuckles didn't help. However, he smiled at the sky above him. He felt like he was getting closer to being a hero. After eating and settling into his bedroom, he sat down on the bed and opened his hand, looking down on it. Izuku wasn't ignorant to what would happen when he became a hero. A quirkless hero wasn't just unheard of, it never even existed. Not once in the history of the world was a quirkless crowned such a title. Not once did one rose up to take the role. With a dwindling population, and given a place in society that existed as much as their quirk, they were regarded akin to an endangered species. To society, there was no place for them. But, closing his fist, if he were to succeed, he would disabuse them of that notion. He was going to carve a place and set a precedent that even the quirkless can mark their spot. He would prove everyone wrong. He would prove to everyone that the quirkless can have their place in the world. However, while he was aware of the ramifications, it didn't feel like something he wanted. He didn't want to make a statement. He didn't want to prove a point. He wanted to help people. Sitting on the bed, he didn't know what to feel. Should he step as a symbol for the quirkless? He didn't know. "I've got some news for you." Jiren chimed with a smile, prompting Athena to turn from where she was installing a restoration serum on Rejection's prosthetic. "Oh." Athena hummed and placed her hands on top of the claw's head, resting her chin atop her palms. "Do tell." "I have good news and bad news." Jiren internally mused at how adorable the red-haired claw was, silently melting in her seat. "The good news is that someone big in the underground world wants to meet you." "And the bad news?" He nervously scratched the back of his head. "Well, one of the underground doctors using your restoration serum as a treatment got arrested, and the serums got confiscated." "That I see." Change of plans, she wasn't going to test her claw against a villain. Where is it being held? She wasn't going to let the authorities keep possession of her serums. While normally she would let it be until they decided to attempt to reproduce it and distribute it, but wasn't it human to try and reclaim what was taken? "Do not waste time." Athena instructed Rejection while installing a red serum of trigger on her helmet. She didn't know how effective her claw was, but whatever lingering emotion there was in the claw, she wanted to emphasize her orders to avoid derailing from her objective. Refrain from being impulsive. Avoid focusing on anything other than your objective. She said, "What I want is the retrieval of the restoration serums upon your return to this warehouse. No more, no less. Do you understand?" Rejection nodded. "Yes, ma'am." "Good." Athena smiled, pleased. "I will be heading out to a meeting. Thus, I hope you prove successful in completing your first task on your own." She said, "Beholder loyalty shall guide you to your target." "Understood." A small chuckle left her mouth. "Good luck on your first mission, Rejection. You will need it." She turned away and walked off. Exiting the warehouse and walking among the alleyway with Jiren, the man asked, "You think she can do the job?" "I do." Rejection doesn't have the combat skills of a claw, but what she did have was pure power in the form of augmentations and her quirk. That was more than enough for a police station in her eyes. Jiren clicked a few things in his phone. "Anyways, we don't have to walk there. They've got a lackey that makes transportation convenient." She stopped just behind where he halted in his spot. Her mouth opened to inquire of his words, but her question was answered when a blackish smoke, its edges swirling with purple, erupted in front of them. "A portal?" Her mouth curled into a grin. "Yep. They have a warp quirk on their pocket." He smirked. "Come on, can't make the big boss waiting." He walked through it, disappearing into wherever he was dropped off to. She stared at the portal briefly before following through. She would admit, it would be enticing to get a hold of this quirk. Rejection walked in the alleyways while the moon shone down from above in its crescent form, following the bird flapping its wings in front of her. "This way." She couldn't understand why, but the squawking voice rubbed against her nerves to incite anger. But she held it in, even if she really wanted to burst it out. "Loyalty," Rejection murmured. "How long until we get there?" "Just a couple more minutes." The bird replied. Be warned, there are a number of heroes patrolling near the station. I can see them from some of my other birds ahead. Heroes, she said. What are they? Rejection knew what the word meant, and she knew they existed, but what were they in reality? Concerning. Strong fighters. Righteous. The bird replied. They have one ability just like us. But trained. Trained. I haven't received any training. Rejection said. They are strong and trained. I do not know how Athena believes I can succeed. You need not fight them. The bird replied. You must simply go there and retrieve the items. Then flee. What if I have to fight them? Rejection asked. Then you will win. The bird said. You are a claw. You are gifted with power by Athena to kill and destroy. True, you are not trained, but you are stronger, far more, and that is enough for this task. Rejection didn't say any more after that. She was not trained, but she was trusted to complete this mission. We are here. Loyalty declared to Rejection through the bird flying down to sit on her shoulder. She exited out of the alleyway and stood still on the sidewalk, staring at the station. I will keep an eye on the heroes and inform you which is coming and the estimated time of arrival. Now, let us begin the operation. As the bird hopped off and flew away, Rejection crossed the street with each step to the station. As she stopped in front of it, she raised her claw and swung down to generate enough force to utterly decimate the front door of the station with a deafening shockwave, followed by a cloud of dust erupting in a thick mist covering her presence. Alarms rang through the station as the officers scrambled to respond to her attack. Slowly marching in the mist, her black trench coat fluttering, Rejection stepped out of the mist to be greeted with 5 officers pointing their guns at her. They open-fired, bullets whizzing in the forms of streaks of light shooting forward. She felt them punch against her body but did nothing more than simply bounce off while she casually walked with her boots clicking against the surface. Then she tensed her augmented body before shooting forward in a blur, the screams of sound being slower than her movement. The shockwaves of the shattered sound barrier had disoriented 4 of the officers, while she sliced the head of a cop in pieces, splattering crimson. Red everywhere, staining even her attire and drenching her prosthetic arm in scarlet. As she moved for a second time, her claws sliced through the rest of them in the blink of an eye. Blood spilled from the evisceration of their bodies, cutting their strings from the mortal coil before they could recover. There was no need to spare any of them. She had already been given information by Athena, who obtained it from Gyron. She marched in the station, a destination in mind, freely walking with no opposition until she encountered a heavily armed squad blocking the hallway. Unlike the officers at the front with measly pistols and useless uniforms, this squad had helmets, body armor, and rifles. Light them up. Volleys of bullets fired from bursts of rifle gunfire, peppering her with rounds that bounced off harmlessly. Annoying, irritating, but ultimately futile, for they did nothing to impede her. Her figure turned into a blur as she dashed past them while her claws sliced through their bodies easily. It took reality a second to register that they've been sliced apart, coating the hallways with red after she was already walking away. She encountered more oppositions afterwards. It didn't matter whether they were poorly armed police officers or heavily armed squads. They were unremarkably killed for getting in her way. Once she arrived at the room, she raised her foot from the ground and drove it into the door, breaking it down in half. Its pieces scattered throughout the floor, breaking off from their hinges. She started to navigate through the room, searching among the neatly organized materials that no doubt were being used for investigations, until she found the description of the serums. A bird came in, landing on a table as she collected the serums and placed them in a suitcase. A hero is coming. Name, Death Arms. Estimated time of arrival, 5 minutes. I do not know who that is. Rejection confessed while making her way out with the suitcase, holding it with her fleshy arm. Give me more information of him. My files say he has a powerful strength quirk, specifically around the arm areas. She supposed that was why Death Arms was the name. Stepping out of the station, she looked around for the hero. Her eyes spotted the rushing figure of the bulky man, running on the streets to the station. For some reason, the man felt familiar. Stop right there. Death Arms shouted at her, raising his arms up. There's no use fighting or running. So, just surrender and put down that case. She guessed this would be a good time to use her quirk and test its effectiveness in battle. Drawing forth that instinctive feeling to activate her quirk, she saw Death Arms gasp and drop down to his knees, his body shaking. He should be seeing static across his eyes. He should be feeling a wave of weakness peel the strength off his body. Rejection approached Death Arms and stopped in front of the hero before driving her claw into his chest, the gauntlet exiting to the back. He gasped out while she pulled her gauntlet from his body with a sickening retching sound, letting him drop to the ground. He tried to push himself up, but a quick, swift decapitation put an end to his life. She looked at the carcass of the hero and stepped around it, walking into the alleyway she used to travel. A part of her couldn't help but feel disappointed at her expectations not being fulfilled, but so long as rejection was able to complete her objective, she was satisfied. Good work. A bird landed on her shoulder. You did wonderful. Loyalty commended. Thank you. Tsukachi pushed his foot into the gas pedal, driving with a fleet of police cruisers. Once they turned a corner and saw the decimated police station and the decapitated body of Death Arms, along with the heroes that arrived either trying to figure out what was going on or stared at the dead body with what was likely trauma forming in their heads, they stopped. Tsukachi stepped out of the car, while the lieutenant started shouting orders, officers running around to secure the area, coordinating with the heroes, and start cordoning the area with police tapes. What the hell happened? Tsukachi murmured. We checked the footage of the remaining cameras. He overheard a hero say to the lieutenant, there was just this trenchcoat figure with a helmet and some metal arm. They killed everyone in their path and took something, some serums, and walked out with it. And Death Arms tried to stop them? The lieutenant asked. Yeah, he was the first to arrive on the scene. The hero said. A footage showed him trying to stop the villain before he just fell. And then the villain killed him and ran off with the suitcase. Has this villain been spotted yet? No. Some of the heroes have decided to search around the area, but I guess they haven't found the villain yet. Either they're good at hiding or they quickly left. Staring at the police station, seeing the people start to crowd around trying to wonder what was going on, Tsukachi felt like this case was going to be a headache to crack. As if the new vigilante from the sludge villain incident and the circulation of restoration serums wasn't enough. Though, the fact that villain went to steal the restoration serum means they might be connected to whoever was producing it. That was one silver lining in this mess. I am pleased to meet you, Athena. I have heard much about you from Jiren. In a dark, bleak warehouse illuminated by the green, bubbling pods that held creatures whose brains were sticking out, she stood in front of a man who sat with medical equipment strapped to his body, protecting him from the clutches of death, trying to shake the grasp of life from him and pull him to the afterlife. A man whose visage was marred with scars of tissues, whose face was wounded severely to the point only his mouth remains. Standing beside him was his fellow doctor, the genius who was keeping him alive, and the architect of the organic life forms slumbering in the warehouse. Good things, I hope. They are good things indeed. The man said. But you have not heard of me from him, have you? No. He crossed his legs and raised his arm, resting his scarred, featureless cheek on his fist. Then I have you at a disadvantage. Allow me to correct that. He says. I am all for one. To the arbiter of the head standing at the zenith of the city, the demon king of the underground introduces himself from the bottom of Japan's depravity. The hand that mocked them, and the heart that fed chapter text. So you seek my services to restore your prime, the version of you that stood at the zenith of the underground rather than sitting as a pale shell of what you once were. Athena surmised all for one situation. Her hands were on the pockets of her trenchcoat while the liquids of the pods held the creatures bubbled in the dark warehouse. That is correct. All for one smirked. I have tried doses of your restoration serum, but they have done little on their own to restore my former might. He extended a hand to her. What I want is to be healed completely, the burden of my wounds lifted, a serum to restore my glory. He grinned, baring his teeth at her. And for that, I offer you 3 quirks of your choice, should you succeed. Suddenly, her interest was drawn like a moth to light. You are capable of giving out quirks? Why wouldn't she be interested? To be able to hold more than a quirk, more than a single power, was an enormous advantage. It would be akin to comparing an arbiter to one singularity to an arbiter with 3 or more. Correct. All for one confirmed, pleased to know she had taken the bait. I have a quirk with the capacity to take quirks and use them for myself. Or gift them to others. That was an enticing offer. However, she wanted to know more about this elusive figure and his capabilities to gift quirks. Can you make a replica of a quirk? She asked. Is it possible? It is indeed possible. All for one said. Not through a quirk I have, but a scientific breakthrough my dear doctor performed. Hence, why I didn't add stipulations to what quirk you are prohibited from obtaining. He grinned. Even a copy of my own quirk, shall you desire? She wondered if that was an olive branch, meant to make her place him in a favorable light, especially since she seems to be one of the few options he has to bring him back to his prime. Like offering honey to a bee. Regardless, she accepted it. I will get started on the restoration serum meant to return you to your glory. Her words brought great delight. Despite his marred visage, the grin his mouth was all she needed to know. It brought many joys. How long ago did you receive such grievous wounds? 5 years ago. Then you shall experience the might that you had lost 5 years ago, in exchange for the powers I desire to obtain from you. Oh dear, a hero died? Inko commented while standing behind the couch, her words reaching Izuku's ears as he readied his uniform. He paid attention to the TV, while Athena turned her eyes from the book she was reading on the couch. We regret to inform the public that the hero Death Arms has met his demise in his stand against a villain. A man in a suit sat on the screen of the TV. He performed valiantly and tried his best. We wish to give condolences to his family and have sent compensation. After speaking about the hero's death, a recognizable picture of her claw was shown, the quality suggesting it was taken from a CCTV. If you see a description of this villain, please inform relevant authorities as soon as possible. We will ensure that the villain will be subdued and arrested. Inko put a hand on her mouth. To think that a hero here, especially someone like Death Arms. Izuku wondered just who that villain was, to be able to kill such a strong hero. But his musing didn't have much time permitted as he remembered. I have to go to school now. Bye Mom, bye Athena-sen. Izuku said as he ran out while grabbing his bag. Stay safe out there. Inko shouted over him. As the door was slammed shut after he had left, she murmured to herself. That I'm so scared. You envision your son facing off against such a villain? Athena closed the book on her hands and turned to her. Inko nodded. I'm happy for him. I know that it's good that he's pursuing his dream, but I can't help but worry. Tears started to well up in her eyes as she looked at the door. That one day, he won't come home at all, and I'd find out on the news or because of the police. Athena listened to her, absorbed her words, entered a state of contemplation before opening her book once more and reading off where she last left. While she would no longer protect him after he had become a hero, it would still last while he was a mere youth, growing and learning. She wasn't going to knowingly allow anything snuff out the little bud who could become a quirkless hero while he was still growing. Our next lesson. Izuku watched as Athena flipped a coin and swooped in to catch it midair, pocketing it in her trench coat. That is to control your temper. Control my temper? He wouldn't lie and say he doesn't feel anger. Often, he even explodes in the defense of others. But he was sure he did a good job in controlling his rage. A cool-headed and calm mind prevails over a directionless anger. Rather than letting it control you, you must let it guide and fuel you instead. Athena said, If you see red, you have seen the color of defeat and the hue of your blood. As the river of life streams out of your body, all you can lament is your inability to keep control. I'm pretty sure I can control myself. Izuku crossed his arms in a rare show of certainty and confidence. Your mother is a failure of a parent. She is not. He stopped when he realized what had just happened. Unprepared and unable to see it coming, He had stepped forth and unleashed a glint of his anger at the slander towards his mother. "And you have just failed that test," she said. "Let us try again." Bakugo Katsuki, his name was if my memory serves me correctly. She grinned viciously. "How are you so sure that he can be a hero with that villainous attitude he holds?" "He's going to be a great hero. He put his hand on his mouth. He was failing despite knowing it was a test. He couldn't help but be defensive. "Allow me to impart you a small wisdom." Athena approached Izuku with a finger raised. "Should you find yourself in a debate, you may consider your words. For dialogue is the style of battle. Words are the weapons in conversations. But if it is combat the ground you find standing, ignore everything they say." She put a hand on his shoulder. "Focus on subduing the enemy. Pay no mind to their words until they have faced defeat." "So, is training today just going to be me not reacting to verbal words?" he asked. She shook her head. "No. We will continue training as we always had, simply that there will be PRDS, whether during your breaks or your training, where we will incorporate this." She crossed her arms. "It is important that you do not lose yourself in the ocean of your emotions, lest you be swept away into your demise." All this talk about his possible death made him gulp, but he nodded. He understood that Athena's teachings were necessary, especially in the line of heroism. "All right, give me everything you have." She smirked. "Your mother. Any news I should be concerned of loyalty?" The man answered from the static panel installed on the first floor of the warehouse. "There have been more hits to our customers, plenty of them having their serums confiscated." Loyalty said, "I have compiled the stations and facilities they have been transported to." Athena closed her eyes, crossing her arms in front of a table with an empty serum. "That I see." At this point of time, she didn't want to expose herself just yet, but that was part of what the claws were for, to act without compromising her identity. Keep an eye on where the serums are and funnel their location to rejection. "Understood." "Rejection, you are to continue retrieving the serums," Athena said. "Furthermore, you two are to come with me after I have fulfilled my end of the deal with All for One to claim the rewards promised to me." "Yes, ma'am." After finishing her orders, she took a deep breath. Was this what being the head felt like on a smaller scale? Probably not. They were a group, rather than one person. They can compartmentalize better than she could. Focusing on the task at hand, she concentrated on drawing out the bolus granted to her. K-Corp had initially and briefly stumped the head with how to replicate it within its arbiters, for it was a biological entity from the outskirts. Of course, the head always found a way to obtain the singularities of wings beholden to them. Even the tearful thing was no exception. With the mastery of boluses that put even H-Corp to shame, the head was able to imbue the singularity of K-Corp to a handful number of arbiters. The bolus transformed her eyes, golden iris transforming into bluish, sky blue iris surrounding the blackish pupil. And then, tears began to shed from her eyes, sorrow embedded in the ocular orbs. Her smile strained. She hated this singularity with a passion, in spite of its usefulness. Katsuki watched Deku haul trash from where he hid, being monitored by that woman. He let out a little sigh before discreetly leaving. When did he become a stalker like he accused Deku of? He just wanted to apologize for everything he had done to him. He was FING shitty for getting the wrong impression on him, something Deku had proved when he tried to save his, but even though he couldn't do shit without being saved himself. It was what was stopping him from apologizing to Deku, along with the shitty feeling that spawns in his gut every time he looked at the nerd. It's why he hadn't decided to return back to being his friend, because how the F can you do that while knowing you beat the shit out of him verbally and physically? Katsuki decided to vent his frustrations by working out and exercising. He walked down the stairs of Aldra, all while growing irritated at the two chattering extras following him like some pathetic ducklings. "Guess we're gonna go from here, Katsuki," one of them said as they decide to F off to an arcade, much to his relief. "Get home safely." F off. They all just laughed at him anyways, and it grated his nerves. Once he managed to get home, he stuffed his bag on the leg of the table and pulled out a book, going over to a page one of his DMN teachers assigned the class to answer. Katsuki, he heard his dad call out while he was going to the fridge. Your mom isn't gonna be home today, and I'll be leaving for an important meeting. Think you can hold the fort on your own? Yeah. Katsuki absent-mindedly responded while silently fuming, tapping his pen at the page. Oi, Dad? He got his father's attention by calling to him. Yes? Do you need help with the homework? No, I don't need help with this stupid homework. Katsuki shook off with a frown. I'm trying to apologize to Deku, but it's so effing hard. Why do you think it's hard? His dad started. Because of everything I did to him. Katsuki growled out. I thought he looked down on me and I beat him up for it, and it's hard to apologize for that because… Sheet. Why was this so complicated? He'd prefer if he could just explode his problems and be done with it, but doing that was exactly what got him into this sheet. Well, I can tell you're doing something right. His dad sat across him. And that's admitting what you did wrong. Already leagues ahead of a lot of people in your position. Yeah. And what's the next thing to do? Katsuki scowled. Apologize. His dad smiled. As Katsuki was about to roar, he raised his hand. Look, I know that's not helpful and you're finding out how hard it is to apologize. But that's the thing, it's not easy. He pointed at him. Did you know Inko and Mitsuki actually had a brief fallout, and I was there to mediate the problem? Your mother had a hard time apologizing, but eventually managed to get the courage and do so. The thing is, nothing worth doing is easy to do, so of course, it's going to be hard. He crossed his arms. Because if it's easy, it won't mean much, won't it? Katsuki fumed and looked down. I guess so. But if you can't find the courage, take your time. His father said. Until you can finally step up and apologize. If he doesn't forgive me, then he doesn't forgive you. His dad sighed. That's the end of it. After you've apologized, everything else is up to him. Katsuki clicked his tongue, but he'll take that as the best he can get. Besides, he wasn't doing all this just to get Deku's approval. But first, get rid of that nickname. His dad said, making him look at him with widened eyes. I know it's been a name you've used to use since you two were kids, but you two are growing up and it's not a good name to call someone. Fine. First step, not calling Deku. This was hard. He breathed in and out. The serene air entering and leaving his lungs had brought a sense of calmness and tranquility he had never known for years. How are you feeling, my lord? The good doctor asked. Any issues with the serum that we may have not foreseen? No. All for one answered. I am fine. I feel the same before that wretched symbol pulverized my face. Closing his eyes, a grin of malice settled on his face, his right hand slowly clenching to a fist as he imagined the look on All Might's face when he realized. I truly am back in the best of my days. Oh my. Garaki murmured, moved and filled with happiness. I would have never thought I would see the day. Truly. She has really outdone herself. All for one declared. I hope Athena enjoys the quirks promised to her. All for one felt truly elated. With the Nomus at his call, the restoration of his prime, the nurturing of his successor, the quirks he amassed, and a new powerful and useful ally, he felt as if fate had began to smile upon him. You just wait. I shall come and collect you soon. The demon lord thought with his eyes closed and his mouth curled into a smile. And you will watch me conquer Japan, just like the days before your symbol dethroned me. Rejection stared at her right hand, the flesh and skin, covered by black gloves. She slowly clenched and unclenched it several times, getting used to the new sense of power granted to her. How does it feel? Loyalty's true voice rang, not the one that came from a bird. The power on your fingertips? Unfamiliar. Rejection used the first words that came to mind, her green eyes narrowing. But one to welcome. She turned to the panel embedded on the wall. What about you? I believe Warp Gate is extremely handy when it comes in tandem with my bird manipulation. Loyalty said, I need not be there myself to open a portal, so long as my birds are. I'm glad you two are getting along. Rejection turned to see Athena walking to them, her boots clicking audibly across the warehouse. It feels me joy to see my claw and my beholder to forge a bond with each other, but I hope that won't alienate your new comrade. Ma'am? Rejection wondered what she meant by that. Athena stepped aside, and Rejection was exposed to a man with a similar attire, his left arm also covered in the same prosthetic as hers. He was unmasked, like she currently was, showing his black eyes and hairless scalp. Meet follower, a claw like yourself, Rejection. Athena introduced. He will be joining you in your duty as one of my claws. Follower slowly walked up to Rejection and extended a hand. Hello, Rejection. It would be a pleasure working with you. She stared at the hand before taking it. You too. Athena stared at the interaction, satisfied at the progress of her growing force. 2 claws and 1 beholder. They paled in comparison to the genuine articles, but for the world she was in, it would be enough. Eraserhead followed behind present Mike and Midnight, the heat of the hallway being a familiar presence due to his baggy outfit. What do you think, is this gonna be Abu? Mike asked with his usual grin. Midnight shrugged. Who knows? Maybe it's about that villain prowling around Mizudafu destroying police stations. She turned to him, pushing up a smile. Know anything about that show? No idea, Eraserhead sighed exhaustedly. Everything I've seen about them is their handiwork after they already left. Ah, does Shota not know anything? Mick's jest made him bubble in mock irritation. The voice hero wasn't deterred by the glare being sent his way. Looks like that secret underground knowledge isn't useful here this time. What a shame. He rolled his eyes. Like any of you have any sense to give. Yeah, but at least we don't subtly boast about knowing very bad crimes happening. Midnight retorted. He would never admit it, but his pride that time was very hurt. Entering the meeting room, he saw the small group of heroes, both underground and limelight, stationed AF Mizudafu sitting down. He recognized Mount Lady, Kamui Woods, and Airjet, but not the other heroes, which meant they were underground, and they were clearly doing their job correctly if even he hasn't known them yet, with the exception of Spectre, who he had worked with before. I'm glad you all were able to come. The man said, once they finally took their seats, the 3 of them being the last expected heroes apparently. For those not in the know, I am Hirose Yutaka, the chief of the Mizudafu precinct. I have gathered all of you here today for one subject. After Hirose finished speaking, the projector turned on, showing an image of the recent infamous villain in Mizudafu that had been striking the police stations and facilities holding the dubbed restoration serums. A figure wearing a trench coat, a black tie atop a white shirt, a prosthetic, mechanical arm clearly meant for murder, and a helmet of the same complexion and design. Their mechanical parts, the helmet and the arm, had 3 serums in total protruding out, 2 red on the arm and 1 green on the helmet. We have decided to designate this villain as Claw for the prosthetic arm they use for combat. Their quirk is unknown, other than it induces weakness in the target, judging by the sudden collapse whenever a hero confronts the villain. Hirose said, our information suggests that Claw operates on Mizudafu, as they have only been targeting stations and facilities within the city, but it is not impossible for them to reach beyond Mizudafu, as there is another reason behind their attacks, the restoration serums. After he had finished speaking, Kamui Woods raised a hand. What is it? Is there a reason why this fiend targets places that hold these restoration serums? Eraserhead rolled his eyes at Kamui's dramatic speech and nickname for the villain but didn't interject himself. I was about to get to that. Hirose sighed before continuing. We believe that the villain either produces these restoration serums themselves or they are in collaboration with the main producer. He said, if it is the latter, it seems that would be their main role in their operation. Reclaiming the serums that had fallen into our hands, even if it means bloodshed. Eraserhead grimaced upon remembering the aftermath of one of Claw's attacks. He had arrived too late, exposed to a grim scene of slain cops and fallen heroes, painting murals of scarlet on the streets. It is bad enough that they are breaching entire facilities housing them, but Claw has cut a path of blood and corpses in their pursuit. Hirose leaned forward, his disposition becoming more serious as his eyes narrowed. The agenda of this task force is to investigate, discover the hideout of the villain, and take down both Claw and whoever is producing the restoration serum. To avoid complicating things, the HPSC has ordered the precinct to avoid all transportation of the serum outside of Mizudafu to narrow the villain's theater of operations. Any questions? Eraserhead raised his hand. What is our role in this? Hirose clasped his hands together on the table. Have some strategies, but they are still being evaluated. However, in case of an attack from Claw, our general strategy is to have the nearby heroes change their patrol routes to be able to respond quickly to an attack as soon as possible. The Limelight heroes will be patrolling the streets, while underground heroes prowl on alleyways and rooftops. He said, in the event Claw manages to leave the scene, pursue them stealthily until their hideout has been exposed. This way, we can perform a raid that will take them down once and for all. There wasn't much to start with, but Eraserhead had started with less, and so long as they played their cards right, they would eventually close the case. It was time to stop this villain and this serum mess once and for all. Kamui Woods stood at the edge of the rooftop. His eyes stared down at the station being rebuilt, decimated by an attack from Claw. He could still remember seeing the dead corpse of Death Arms, the first hero to be killed by his own hands. He wasn't familiar with the hero as a friend, but as an acquaintance. I know I get a ton of compliments. Even though he wasn't famous enough to be recognized outside of Mizudafu, people still knew who he was and appreciated the work he did. But it always hurts whenever a mean comment or criticism reaches my ears. The sludge incident hit the man the worst. It was one of the times he considered hanging up his costume and retiring. He was the one who had given up when his quirk didn't fix the problem, and he was the one the victim called out. That had taken a blow to his self-esteem. I'm just not sure if this job is for me anymore. Now Death Arms wasn't alive to wonder if he should retire from heroism or not. Kamui Woods raised his hand and clenched it. Death Arms. I shall see to it that justice will be brought upon the villain that cut your life short. Athena grabbed the soda from the vending machine and popped it open while the sun rose. A few more months had passed, and Rejection's attacks had dialed back now that there were currently no facilities holding them. This was because she had temporarily stopped the circulation of the restoration serums, while her Claw was out there fighting to reclaim them. As of now, only All for One was the customer the product was being funneled to. Until her student passes the entrance exam and gets into UA, the serum would be on hold from being at the hands of the rest of the underground. Though, there was probably a small sliver being hidden within villain groups, secured from the authorities. She wasn't naive enough to think that she had reclaimed all of them in total, simply those from the authorities. But speaking of the entrance exam, it would be today, if she remembered correctly, and the amount of waste left yesterday. The clicking of her boots against the ground had halted when she arrived at Dagoba Beach, and the unblocked sunrise had answered her. The remaining garbage was gathered outside of the beach, on the spot where she would pick them up. She walked past it and bore witness to her student, shirtless on the beach, staring at the horizon. The culmination of his efforts. The sign of tomorrow that led to the door of his dream being unlocked. Congratulations, she calmly applauded while walking down the stairs, seeing him turn to her. You finished the training and teachings I have bestowed on you. But, she smiled. Your trial today will commence. It was time to see whether he could open that door and walk past it. Izuku smiled up at Athena, sitting down on the sand and enjoying the result of his own hard work and efforts. Though you should have done this under my supervision for your safety, Athena hummed. You did a splendid job finishing the rest and not being injured. Thanks, Athena-sen. He chuckled. What, sensei? It may be too late though. Whatever fits your preference. Athena said. I am not opposed to you calling me either. Then Athena-sensei. Izuku settled on it since it seemed appropriate. He didn't know why he was just now calling her sensei, but better late than never. Even if it took 10 months. Once again, you have done a splendid job, he yelped when she hoisted him up, making him stand. She started to pat away the sand, particles puffing out from his shorts. But your exam starts later. We need to get you ready. She turned away, her boots crushing the sand with each step. Your mother has already prepared breakfast, I simply came to collect you. For the occasion today, it will be your favorite. Katsudan? Izuku shouted out excitedly before running over to catch up to her. Wait for me. Athena heard the crunching steps of rushing behind her and allowed herself a small smile. Moments like these were nice. Unfortunately, she doubted she would get to enjoy one of these once she leaves the household. Izuku stood before UA High, the imposing and towering building, making it seem like a dream he hadn't yet woken up from. Students from other schools crossed the opened gates that welcomed them for the trials ahead. Oid, Izuku. He blinked when he whirled around, seeing Kaken walking behind him. He was absolutely stunned when he heard his childhood friend refer to him by his first name. Stop standing around and get the F in there. You might miss the exam. He spluttered when Kaken walked past him. He was right. Izuku couldn't just stand around and do nothing. All right, he said, turning around. And so, he made his first step, utterly messing it up by starting his descent and scheduling the impromptu meeting of his face and the pavement, only to see that he had stopped falling, floating. Once more, he blinked in astonishment before he was grabbed and put back on his feet. Hi there. Sorry if I used my quirk on you. A cute girl with brown hair and round, red cheeks said, touching her fingers together. I saw you falling and, well, it would be a bad omen if you fell, right? She chuckled. This is so nerve-wracking. Anyways, good luck on the exams. Why yeah. He stared at her back while she rushed to the building, silently thinking. I talked to a girl. Well, he had frequently interacted with Athena, but she was a woman who was as old as her mom. He had talked to a girl his age. That was something he hadn't done before. People are staring. After finishing that line of thought, embarrassment filled his heart as he realized that he was still standing at the front yard of UA High. He quickly scurried to avoid the judgmental stares from the other students. Welcome to today's live performance. Everybody says hey. Contrary to that statement, Izuku was not in a concert or some form. He had only recently finished the written exams and made his way over to the auditorium afterwards, sitting beside Kaken. Present Mike leaned his ear out, only to receive no answer from the audience, the examinees. That's cool, my little listeners. I am here to present the guidelines of your practicals. Are you ready? Just like before, there was no reception from the crowd. Though, there was some chatter on his part. It's the voice hero, Present Mike. I listen to his radio show every week. It's inspiring. I guess every teacher here at UA is a pro hero. Shut up, you nerd. Well, that was mostly his fault. He piped down after realizing he was mumbling again and shrunk on his seat with a small chuckle. This is how the test will go, little listeners. Present Mike shouted out for all to hear, the screen behind home showing their current location linked to several other locations marked by letters. You will be experiencing a 10-minute-long mock cityscape maneuvers. Bring along whatever you want. After this presentation, you will be headed to your respective testing sites. Izuku looked at his assigned location. He wondered if he had to go there, or there was some sort of bus to take them all there, but surely it's the latter since UA is infamously big? He saw Kaken peek over and frowned. Seems like we're in different testing sites. Izuku blinked and looked over Kaken's assigned location plastered on the paper he was holding. It was a different letter from the one he was holding. They're probably separating people from the same school, so they can't help each other out. Izuku hypothesized. Makes FNG sense. Kaken grumbled, displeased for a reason he couldn't discern. Izuku saw the screen change at the corner of his eye, and he turned to see a silhouette of Mario and his enemies playing, along with a digit number assigned to them. Each site is filled with 3 kinds of faux villains. Depending on the type of villain you defeat, you gain more points. The more difficult the faux villain, the more points you earn. Use your quirks to defeat these villains and earn as much points as possible. That's the goal of your exam, listeners. Of course, playing the anti-hero and attacking other examinees is not permitted. Suddenly, someone raised their hand not even a second after Present Mike had finished explaining. May I ask a question? A boy stood up, pulling out the handout and pointing at its printed content. There appears to be no fewer than 4 varieties of faux villains on this handout. Such a blatant error, if it is one, is unbecoming of UA High, Japan's top academy. We are all here today in the hopes of being molded into model heroes. And then he decided to turn to his direction and point at. And you with the curly hair. Izuku jolted at his seat in surprise. He pointed at himself in confusion, looking at his fellow examinee. Me? You've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting, the boy said with a serious face. If you think this is some sort of game, please leave immediately. Izuku shrunk into his seat and put his hands on his mouth, while murmuring, sorry. Shut up and get that stick out of your butt for eyes. The boy gasped as Kaken piped in, leaning forward with a menacing grin. If you get distracted by this nerd's shitty mumbling, then you should get out because you have the attention span of a FING goldfish. Kaken. Izuku stuttered in horror as everyone in the auditorium laughed while the glasses boy fumed where he stood. All right, settle down everyone. Present Mike said, quieting everyone and focusing attention on him once more. Nice catch, examinee. That fourth villain doesn't have any points. It's just an obstacle. He raised a hand with a grin. Have you all ever played Super Mario Bros.? That old retro game? Izuku never really played games much, so he wasn't sure what Present Mike was getting at. It's kind of like a thwomp. Only one at each site. A gimmick that will rampage in close quarters. Oh, so it was basically a super strong faux villain that you shouldn't engage with. Not only was it literally worthless, but it seemed to be very strong too. Chatters of understanding spread around them. So it's like a stage gimmick to be avoided. This is like a video game. Thank you, sir. Despite the tongue lashing he got from Kaken, the boy sat down. Apologies for the interruption. Like I said, Izuku caught Kaken's murmuring, clearly aimed at him. Grow a spine, nerd. Yeah. He stuttered out while bitterly thinking. Easier said than done. That's all from me. Well, Present Mix's presence made him light up. Looking at his paper in excitement, he listened to the voice hero's last words for the presentation. The great hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, true heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life. So, Izuku looked down to see Present Mike grinning at them. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Break a leg, everyone. He trembled with his staff hanging on his back. He felt very thrilled, very excited, and very motivated after Present Mix's encouragement. But there's an actual city. He murmured under his breath while looking at the imposing gates, equally the size of the towering walls separating them from the imitation of a city within its confines. They've got a bunch of cities like this all around campus? That's UA for you. He looked at his fellow examinees, seeing them getting their equipment ready, and their quirks bared. They were all clicking their tongue and mumbling, but he found one common behavior for them, and that was, why are they all acting so confident? Izuku screamed in his mind. It didn't make sense. This was UA High, a school with a low acceptance rate. Even Kaken, for as PP sure as he was, had applied to Gen Ed as backup in case the impossible. How did I fail? Scenario happened. Wait a moment. While looking at them, he saw a familiar person breathing in and out. It was the same girl who stopped him from falling. He made his first step on his way to thank her. But he didn't even make his third step before a hand grabbed his shoulder, jolting him in alarm. That girl is clearly meditating. He screamed once more in his mind. Why are you here? Hoping to interfere. Izuku gulped down. He instinctively felt his head about to go down, feeling the incoming jeers of his fellow examinees coming, before Kaken's words echoed in his. Grow a spine, nerd. No, I'm not. Izuku glared at him, making the boy with the glasses step back in surprise. I was actually going over to thank her. Do you have a problem? I see. He didn't show it, still staring at the taller boy with irritation, but he internally sighed. That actually felt good. And it begins. He froze for a brief moment before he bolted over to the open gates, drawing his staff in instinct. He had a brief moment of recollection to remember that his training had actually made him take the initiative. What are you all waiting for? Life has no countdowns. The test has started. Go, go, go. As he raced across the streets, The building to his left exploded in dust and small debris. He halted in his tracks, gulping as a singular glowing red eye stared at him. He didn't feel scared. Jumping at the one-pointer, he struck his staff, and it fell over from the force of his blow. A quick but fragile machine, as noted in the handouts. Athena was far scarier than this hunk of junk. As it tried to get up, he stabbed the tip of his staff into its eye and drove its head to the ground, breaking it into pieces. He earned his first point. He pulled out his staff and kicked the machine body aside. That was oddly light. Wasting some time and ignoring the chaos around him, he placed his hand underneath the one-pointer's body and lifted it up. It was definitely heavy, as evident by his shaking arm to keep it steady, but not as heavy as the pickup truck he was forced to clean from the beach. Well, one of the lessons ingrained in him was to use whatever he had at his disposal, wasn't it? Every batch always has refreshing flavors of candidates to look forward in Halisce as heroes. The faculty calmly watched the videos as Nizu began his usual monologue. Toshinori couldn't help but wonder if this was normal, judging by the way everyone had decided to simply accept it. Intelligence gatherers, those who can assess the situation in an instant. His eyes drifted to an examinee standing on the rooftop, using his quirk of multiple arms linked together like webs to scout the area. Mobility experts, those who will never be late to the party. It switched to the young Ida, the sibling of Ingenium whose engines on his legs gave him near unparalleled speed, blitzing across the mock city and decimating foe villains with the force of his kicks. Decision makers, those who can cope with any situation. And then he looked at an examinee firing lasers from his support tool, despite the discomfort growing evident on his face. And the natural-born warriors, those who are gifted with not only remarkable might, but great talent. A boy with smoke oozing out of the piles of machine caught his attention, the muscular and built body barely concealed from the sleeveless top, while little explosions popped on his hands. But often, there are the anomalies that will shake the status quo if they succeed. And he could never forget that boy, even after nearly a year he hadn't seen him. Marching with his exhausted breaths, the Quirkless boy moved with strength and technique far different from the mere stick he first saw him as, breaking robots with his staff and throwing the scraps of junks that were once the foe villains against other active foe villains, a strategy that some nearby examinees decided to mimic as well. But whether they can prove themselves worthy of stepping into this school remains to be seen on the points they harvest. Nizu smiled. This year's batch is certainly quite the curious one, no? At least, after they've overcome this trial. Toshinori couldn't help but shiver at that last word. He looked away from the screens and turned to see. Power Loader opened the panel of a red button underneath and pressed it. This seems. He felt it awaken, not by its rumbles, but its mere presence. A bit excessive. It was hard to miss the giant robot that towered over even the buildings themselves. But you should know more than anyone, Yagi. Nizu turned to him with a smile. He nodded. Just that in the face of that overwhelming thing, people show their true colors. What the hell? Izuku shared the sentiment of everyone around him. A shadow washed over them, and he couldn't help but feel like he was up against the sludge villain once more. It looked down on them with its many eyes. Maybe, if it had emotions, it would be fury, as it looked down on the scattered pieces of its fellow brethren, broken machines, disabled circuits, and destroyed wires. Metal, bolts, screws and fragments of its kind. All at the hands of the humans in its sight, the ones it looked down on like a furious god of machine bearing down its wrath on the mortal humans of flesh and skin. It reeled its hand back, one with a size enormous enough to grab the buildings flanking them, and brought it down with enough force to kick up a speck of dust shrouding even its colossal figure. Debris and rubble fell on the streets it broke, the streets everyone was running from. He fell on his rear, letting everyone run past him. He turned away and tried to get up, tried to flee from the zero-pointer, with horror in his face. "DM it. I only have 12 points. I have to get more." Izuku rambled. He couldn't fight that thing. Not only was it out of his league, but there was no point. If I don't get any more, the training, it would be for nothing. Oh. He stopped in his tracks as a voice cut into his cacophony of panic. He looked back. There, underneath the rubble and debris, was the girl at the entrance. Half of her body was pinned down and buried by concrete and asphalt, leaving her upper body to try and drag herself away from the approaching zero-pointer. It would be a bad omen if you fell, right? He had long since accepted. There were battles he would lose. Enemies he can't win against. No matter the training. No matter the weapons. But that's fine with me. He ran like everybody else. As long as I don't let anyone die. But towards the zero-pointer, unlike everybody else. He tossed his staff aside and pushed his body to the best of his abilities. Adrenaline removed the limiters of his body, allowing his already remarkable built body to go even faster. Why you? The girl expressed her surprise as he hurriedly and began to dig the rubble out, pushing it off and removing them from her. Once he was able to get out enough rubble, he gently pulled her out and also screamed when he saw the zero-pointer's hand looming over them. I'm sorry for this. Please forgive me. The moment he pulled her out of the rubble, he placed her on his back, barely registering the squeak coming from her, and ran as fast as he could away from the gimmick. A small part of his mind worried that he left his staff. It was worried he wouldn't be able to gain more points, worried of the time he wasted just now, but the greater part of him was more worried about getting the girl out of the zero-pointer's reach. This might help. He felt her press her hands on his shoulder, and he felt himself be lighter. Chalking it up as her quirk, he drove his feet into the skin of the concrete harder, racing against the looming shadow of the giant machine's hand above them. And it's over. The hand screeched to a halt, but despite the announcement, he couldn't stop himself until they were finally out of the shadow. He slowed himself down, walking forward as adrenaline receded back. The strains from his body burnt with vengeance for daring him to go above his limits, and he felt himself go dizzy, his throat begging to puke. Gently letting the girl down, he dropped to his knees, facing away from her. Both of them puked at the same time. I feel bad for them. One of the examinees commented while they unleashed their breakfast on the poor battered street below them. That guy though. Another examinee started. You would never think he has the guts to bolt at that giant hunk of a machine. I mean, we just ran away, but he didn't hesitate to get that girl out of there. It's a shame though. I heard him say he only has 12 points. Poor guy. Izuku felt his heart shatter at that, but turning to look at the girl beside him, who was recovering from her own puking session. Well, he could always try to go for the course at the sports festival. We certainly have an interesting batch this year. Nizu mused, his eyes locked on to the screen of the green-haired boy walking with the brown-haired girl he saved in the mock city. Certainly. Toshinori nodded. I always look forward to every year, to every student that could walk our halls, but never before has UA's hero course enlisted a quirkless boy within its roster. He turned to look at the principal, an eyebrow raised. You're certain he has already passed? No, it would be foolish of me to be certain. Nizu shook his head. Intelligent as I am not one to claim certainty. In the end, the decision to admit him would be dependent on his final results, both in the written exam and the practical exam. Finishing his piece regarding the young man's admission, he turned to a certain teacher. Aizawa-kun, what do you think? At his name, Toshinori turned to the homeroom teacher of every 1A ever since his employment, one that had ingrained himself in his mind when he looked at the files of his colleagues. A teacher with over 154 students expelled. But if he does get in, I'll decide to see if he is worth keeping around. Toshinori grunted. Staring discreetly at the underground hero, he hoped that he would give this student a chance. Even if he hadn't to many others. He exhaled a breath of relief the moment he stepped out of the clinic. He jumped again when he heard Recovery Girl shout. If you get in, I'd better not find you here on the first day of class. Right? He did run to a zero-pointer. Even he felt like slapping himself after looking at the situation in hindsight. There was no way they'd let an examinee die in an exam. Wait! He stopped walking when he heard the familiar voice, turning to see the girl. She stopped before him, clasping her hands together. I never got the chance, but thank you. He spluttered when she bowed at him. It's okay. He stuttered out. Anyone would have done the same. Don't downplay yourself. She pulled herself up and pouted at him. You went to help me while everyone else ran. Not anyone would have done the same. Good point. He nervously laughed to himself. In hindsight, it wasn't really good to say that when he did see everyone running away while he saved her himself. What's your name? I want to get to know my savior. She smiled up at him. My name is Uraraka Ochako. Midoriya Izuku. He said. Nice to meet you, Uraraka-san. Nice to meet you too, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka returned the greeting energetically. Do you want to go to the station with me? A small blush fired up on his face. You wouldn't mind. He managed to get out. He was talking to a girl and walking with her on the station. Oblivious to his thoughts, Uraraka walked ahead of him. Then let's go. He snapped out of his flustered state and quickly walked up to catch up to her. Wait for me. He was oblivious to Katsuki taking a step far behind them on the hallway, rounding from the corner he came from. Clicking his tongue, he decided to go the other way. He could postpone the apology again. Let him enjoy his time with his new friend. Calm yourself, little hatchling. Athena flipped the page of a book she was reading, not needing to look away to see Izuku shaking nervously while lifting the dumbbell. I'm sure that letter will come soon. Even if you failed the hero course, it should come for your backup application to the general education course, correct? Why yeah. Izuku murmured. I'm still sure I passed the written exams, so I can make my shot at Gen Ed during the sports festival. He trembled even more, slowly putting the dumbbell down. But it still makes me so nervous. Izuku! Inko shouted out as she rushed into the living room, trying to steady herself while extending a letter, surprising Izuku and amusing Athena. It's your letter. See? Athena gestured. Izuku looked at the letter on the table in the darkness of his room, lit up only by the light on his desk. His heart beat fast. He was so nervous, something that didn't lower the more time he spent looking at it. He couldn't take it anymore. Bracing himself for failure, he grabbed the letter and tore it in half, allowing the object within to clatter down his desk and activate itself. I am a projection. All Might. He shouted out in surprise, vibrating in his seat at the sight of All Might in a yellow suit. Oh my God, was his idol greeting him in his letter? Wait, wasn't this from UA? Why was he greeting him here? I have been told to make this quick, so I shall. All Might declared. You may be wondering why you are receiving a message for me, and it pertains to the only reason why I am in town. He put his hands on his hips. I have come to teach at UA High. No way. He murmured under his breath. He was going to be trained by all. At UA High. Assuming he passed, of course. You have greatly passed the written exams, but the villain points in your practical left much to be desired. And there it was. He sighed, letting his head down. Of course, 12 points wouldn't be enough to get him in, but he could try for the sports festival. He didn't want to make all the training and work Athena put in him for nothing. As such, it would result in failure to get in, were it to be the only measure of heroism we evaluate in our tests. He raised his head up in surprise. What did he mean? Leaning forward, he listened for even a chance of his admission, a bit of hope that he was accepted. During the practical exam, the zero-pointer was activated, and everyone ran from it. All except you. You ran straight at it to save a person, and once you got her out of that rubble, you didn't dare to test your mettle against it. Beating it wasn't your objective. It was the person you ran to save. All Might shouted. Even when you knew you could risk the points needed to pass, even when the zero-pointer was just behind you, saving the person in danger was what mattered. A hero course that rejects that kind of heroic drive is no hero course at all. He shook for a different reason. This time, it wasn't nervous. It was excitement. It was joy. Tears started to well up in his eyes, not in fear, but in anticipation of the next words. Do you think we only assign points based on how many villains you defeat? No. All Might laughed. In this profession, our main objective is not to defeat the evil in front of us, but to protect the people behind us. We put our life on the line for their lives. Thus, a leaderboard of the top 10 was projected to him. He saw his name. At the top 4. only behind Uraraka-san, another examinee, and Kakin. You were awarded 60 points for your bravery and selfless act. Young Midoriya, you have passed. Tears streaked down his cheek as he let out a shaky smile. He gripped the edge of his desk as he tried his best to keep standing. We are excited to see you walking in the halls of our institution. Welcome, young Midoriya. All Might extended a hand to him, smiling as he always had. To your hero academia. After he finished crying and recovering, he opened the doors with a smile to see his mother stopping her pacing, turning to look at him with a worried look. He sighed. That I passed, Mom. Izuku. After a few seconds of silence, she jumped over to him, hugging him tightly. I'm so proud of you. I love you so much. He let out a chuckle and hugged her back, listening to his mother ramble just like he did often. However, while looking around, he noticed someone missing. Where's Athena-sensei? Izuku asked. His mother stopped talking and pulled away from the hug, looking at him somberly. Izuku, you should go to Dagoba. She's waiting there for you. Huh? He looked at her perplexed. Izuku rushed down the stairs of Dagoba Beach, immediately spotting her standing on the sand of a clear beach, once littered with trash. He looked at the horizon, still mesmerized, especially now that the night reflected upon the clean, salty water of the beach. He shook his head off to focus on his sensei, approaching her with his soles of his shoes pressing down on the sand in each step taken. You passed, didn't you? She asked. You made it into the hero course? He stopped in his tracks, staring at her back, and nodded. Yeah, I did. She turned to him, smiling proudly. I'm glad you have succeeded. In spite of being hastily trained, deprived of a power, you have made it through. Athena crossed her arms. This beach we stand on is a culmination of your efforts, but the entrance exam was proof of its success. Now, you have made your first step into being a hero. She stepped forward, putting her hands in the pockets of her trench coat. And we shall see if you will prevail or fall. Regardless of either, I want you to know this, I am proud. Izuku's breath hitched in his throat. While All Might moved him deeply as well, to hear such words from his mentor was. He wiped away the tears with his hands, smiling while Athena let out a small laugh under her breath. Now then, I would like to say something else. It has been a pleasure living in your humble abode, interacting with you and your mother, and training you on the beach we stand. He blinked, listening to each and every word, wondering she was going with this while a pit in his stomach weighed down as he had a feeling on where it was leading. You have succeeded in passing UA's hero course, and thus, I am departing. And there it was. His heart burned at the news Athena dropped on him. Izuku stammered out. Is there something wrong? There is nothing wrong, I assure you. Athena shook her head. We must simply part ways because I have my own goals to accomplish. She smiled. I stayed to train you and ensure your admission to the hero course. After that, our time as mentor and student comes to an end. She walked up to him and patted his fluffy hair, all while tears shot down across his cheek. Wiping them away, she continued. You are a little hatchling that has grown to fly from the nest. It is time for you to spread your wings and fly high. I will be watching, but I will not be with you any longer. I hope you understand. She reeled back her hand and walked past him. Good luck, Midoriya Izuku. Before he knew it, he launched himself at Athena and hugged her from the back, not noticing the surprise from her. I'll miss you. I'll miss you, Athena-sensei. Please visit us when you have the time. Too blurry with his tears and looking down on the sand while hugging, she smiled and patted his head. We'll see each other again so long as we live in the same world. But I cannot deny that I will miss you too, Midoriya. After what felt like an eternity, Athena and Izuku parted ways on their own paths towards their own answers. But eventually, those paths would intersect, for better or worse. As the last day of Aldera came to a close, Izuku couldn't get the echoes of their departure out of his head. A small bit of sorrow came at the need for Athena to move out and leave, but he couldn't stop her. He simply hoped that wasn't the last time he would see her again. He stood out of the gates of Aldera and looked back. This chapter of his life came to a close. In a way, that training with Athena was among them. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was something he had to accept nonetheless. He walked away from the gates. Izuku, wait. He stopped. At the words springing from Kaken's voice. Izuku whirled around and turned to see Kaken rushing to him before stopping. Kaken? Izuku wondered just what? I'm sorry. Izuku blinked when Kaken spoke. Huh. I'm sorry for everything. The boy in front of him continued. I'm gonna be effing honest. Whenever I looked at you, I hated how ahead of me you were. You were already a better hero than me, even though you were quirkless. I tried to reject that by beating you down because I was afraid you would always be ahead of me. But everything that happened this year only told me that you'd make a great hero. He clenched his fists as he continued. The sludge villain only convinced me more you will be a good one, even better than those pros that just stood by while I was nearly FING dying. Beating you up was because I couldn't accept that. He bowed his head to him. I'm sorry for everything I've done to you until now. Izuku stared at Kaken. He remembered all of the times the other boy derided him, the harshness of his words as agonizing the burns of his explosions. But at the same time, I forgive you. He heard Kaken's breath hitched in his throat. He chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. I didn't really hold it all against you. But I'm glad you've changed so much. His chuckles lowered to a smile, closing his eyes. Thank you, Kaken, for believing I can be a hero too. And I forgive you for everything. Kaken raised his head, staring at him. That I'll still strive to be a better hero than you. I'm still going to be the best. Don't you forget that. Of course. Just one more thing. Name it, nerd. Izuku stepped forward and extended a hand to him. Do you want to be friends again? Kaken stared at the hand in surprise, blinking at it befuddled before grinning and taking it. Sure thing. Let's make up for old times. Before he knew it, Kaken was dragging him by the hand. Whoa, wait, Kaken. Slow down. He may have parted with his mentor, but his old friendship was rekindled. Though, he does wonder what she was doing right now. You pushed the door to her apartment closed with a sigh. Hero work was enjoyable, but paperwork remained the same when it came to being stressful and tiresome. Especially the property damage that came with her gigantification quirk. She was about to go to her room to change out of her costume until she heard the sound of liquid pouring from the kitchen. Her eyes slowly widened, body tensing in anticipation for action as she cautiously and slowly made her way to the kitchen, which was lit up among the darkness. She raised a fist, getting ready to toss a nasty fist in her stroll to the kitchen. Stepping into it and turning to whoever was pouring a drink, she was greeted with a woman wearing the same outfit of the vigilante back at the sludge villain incident, the same one that has everyone befuddled for her total appearance of only one. Only unmasked. Hello. She greeted you with frightening serenity contrast to her tense emotions ready to fight. Would you like a cup of coffee? Out of all the villains she fought, none of them scared her as much as that smile laden with malice, golden eyes shimmering malevolently. Who are you? Aegis is the name I have donned, but in this unmasked state, you may call me Athena. It matters not. Athena looked at Mount Lady, the hero persona of Takayama Yu, and pulled a corner of her mouth for a little smirk. Do you prefer I call you Mount Lady or your true name? I think I'd prefer being called my hero name, thanks. She snarked. What are you doing in my apartment? Athena took a small sip of coffee, eyeing the cautious hero, who was one step away from using her quirk. But considering that they were in an apartment, she'd have to be careless to rely on it. A small chat, you could say. Athena placed the cup down on the table. Mount Lady, why did you choose to be a hero? The hero flinched, not expecting that question. However, she didn't seem to need to think too much of it since she responded quickly. Why wouldn't she, when she no doubt has already got it figured out by the time she debuted? Why wouldn't I? Mount Lady smiled, for some reason that escaped her. I love the attention being a hero gives me. That's why I set up shop here in the city instead of the suburbs, because I want to make it big. I want to be well known and famous as a hero. I see. I should have expected that. Athena raised the cup once more, looking down on it with an amused look. Your appearances in TV did give me the impression you were a glory hog. You shamelessly make lewd comments and show off your voluptuous body through your skin-tight costume. You relish in the cheers of your audience. You bask in the positive attention of your glory. In a way, it wasn't too dissimilar from a famous fixer she knew of. Siegfried of K-Corp took joy in the attention given to him. He loved taking on interviews, encouraged the tales and stories of his exploits to be spread, and will gladly take autographs and photos. A vain and selfish man masquerading as a hero for the spotlight. There were other fixers of similar qualities and traits, but Siegfried came to mind first. But of course, even though Mount Lady was similar to Siegfried, if a calamity that would bring ruin to the people, a disaster far above your might, would you run? Athena asked. Would you cower away, decide that the glitz and fame is simply not worth the threat and danger to your life? Instead of shrinking or curling away from her questions, Mount Lady's face steeled instead. Who said anything about that? She scowled. I'll be the first to admit I didn't come into this for noble or selfless motivations like All Might, but it doesn't mean I'm gonna let people die. She clenched her fists tighter. Sure, if no one is going to die and I'm protecting no one, I'd run away from the danger, but if there's even a person behind me, I'm going to do my best to protect them. I won't let people die on my watch. Mount Lady took a step forward, glaring at her. I'm a hero. Athena stared back at her glare, raising her cup of coffee and finishing it. Once its contents were empty, she put down the cup. I see. Athena took her first step forward. I thank you for humoring my questions. Oh, are you gonna run away? Mount Lady's scowl transformed into a smirk. What makes you think I'd let you walk out of here? No, I never intended to do just that. Athena's figure turned into a blur and reappeared before Mount Lady, jolting her back in surprise and shock at the speed. On the contrary, I'll be leaving with your corpse. The hero sent her left fist for a punch at her cheek, but the Arbiter batted it aside and grabbed her face, lifting her from the ground. She tried to use her quirk, but it won't activate. The next thing Mount Lady knew was pain. Athena sank her hand to her abdomen and stabbed it through her body, the other end of her arm erupting from her back. Your quirk won't activate, will it? Athena smiled up at her panicked and shocked expression. For as remarkable as you heroes are, your quirks are the main potency in your abilities. Take that away, and you severely drop down in terms of capabilities. She closed her eyes, thinking of the former student under her tutelage once not too long ago. I trained a quirkless boy for nearly a year. For as commendable as his efforts were, he will fall short to many villains, just like you are currently experiencing with your quirk locked behind my singularity and unable to retaliate against my augmentations. Still, she had to applaud Mount Lady. The hero simply glared down defiantly, scowling while grunting out. You. Alas, such defiance does not deter death in the slightest. Farewell, Mount Lady. Welcome, vain guardian. Athena watched in delight and satisfaction when her new claw opened their magenta eyes, confused and filled with wonder. I advise that you listen to me, she said. I shall disclose upon you your duties and role as one of my claws. Do you understand? It took a few moments for her to answer. Understood. She clasped her hands behind her back underneath her black cape, pleased. But allow me to introduce myself first. I am Athena, Arbiter of the Head. Your designated name is Vain Guardian, Vain for short. You have been forged to be an executioner of the claw, a soldier made to dispose of any opposition to us, the head, the eye, and the claw. As she explained the duties to the new claw, Athena finally felt she could resume operations and allow the restoration serums to circulate once more. For there were now more claws other than just rejection. Do you have your handkerchief? Yes, Mom. What about your notebooks? Your pens? I have everything ready. Izuku chuckled while his mother nagged at him about his materials. If I don't, I can always ask Kaken for help. But Katsuki is there to help you when you need it. She chuckled. Izuku nodded. He still felt happy he was able to rekindle their friendship. Even if it wasn't the same as it used to be. I gotta go now. I don't want to leave Kaken waiting. Izuku said. Of course. Stay safe. As he neared the door, his hand grabbing on it, he heard his mom, wait. He turned to see his mom, smiling at him. I'm proud of you. That filled him with joy, as so many things had in the past year. But he just wished that a certain someone stayed. Thanks, Mom. Izuku tried to ignore that longingness and nostalgia, the aching feeling in his heart, especially now that he was leaving the door. Usually, he left for school and then went to Dagoba Beach to train after, or on Sundays, he headed straight for the beach. Now, there was no trip to the beach to look forward to, other than to enjoy the view and bask in the nostalgia of his training and exercise. Now, there was no Athena to train with or even interact with. Even though he was now in the hero course, he wished he could go back. Pressing the door down, he pulled it and took his first step to the first day of the new chapter of his life. Bye, Mom. I love you. I love you too. He closed the door and faced Kaken, who was grinning. Are you ready, nerd? Izuku nodded. Ready as you are, Kaken. His friend turned away and started to run, eliciting a startled yelp. Then come on. I want to rub it on those extras on how DMN early we are. Izuku scrambled after him in an attempt to catch up. Wait for me, Kaken.